Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. A big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike, Kira, Truck Driving Gamer, and Obi-Wan Kanzi. Thank you guys, I really very much appreciate it. If you would like to help support me and the channel, then you can head over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest and drop a sub over there. Or you can go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest and become a Patreon member for some early access to some videos and some behind the scenes stuff. So today, we are doing Scenario 69, Sacred Soil. This is the first scenario in the Drifter personal quest chain. So we need to complete this scenario and follow it to its conclusion, is what the personal quest says. Because we earned the Into the Forest campaign sticker, we can now do this. So a common thing that people have been sort of forgetting or not realizing is that you do need the Into the Forest campaign sticker to be able to perform this particular scenario. Seems to be a commonly kind of misplayed rule or mistake that people have been making by not realizing that. Before we do anything though, we need to do a road event. So we've got Winter Road event number 6. Number six. Oh, almost was about to play the Outpost event number 6. Definitely got to be the road event. Hey, look, the old friend Imp Forest. Everyone loves Forest Imps. Yeah, Forest Imps. It's been a while since I've actually fought them. I don't remember there being Forest Imps hardly at all in Crimson Scales. Might have been. I can't remember them. Winter road events. Here we go. Classic Foreteller not loading. 6. There we go. All right, here we go.
A translucent Esther wearing hunter's garb is studying some tracks on the path and turns to catch your attention as you approach.
You there. A moment of your time.
He flags you down.
I've been searching for a vermling by the name of Drom, about yay high. Have you seen him?
When you don't immediately respond, he thumbs a wicked-looking blade and continues.
You see, this particular vermling killed someone quite dear to me, and I promised that I would return the favor.
The Esther's eyes flash a dark longing. Option A. Agree to keep an eye out for him. Option B. No, you haven't seen him.
Ooh. Have we seen a vermling? I don't know if we have. All right, let's make a poll. Huh. Right, option A or option B? Chat poll is up. Place your votes. These are all Gloomhaven enemies? Yes, all Gloomhaven enemies in this particular scenario. Yep. A little bit different. Unless they somehow surprise us with some extra enemy that's not on the list, but hopefully not. Hopefully it is just these guys. It's a pretty, it could be a pretty nasty set of enemies, but Earth Demons you can usually avoid. They're usually pretty easy to avoid. Not always, but they're quite slow, lumbering. You should hopefully be able to avoid them. Rending Drakes can be very fast and annoying though. Option A, okay. We will keep an eye out for him.
You assure the Esther hunter that you'll keep an eye out for the vermling killer. He smiles.
My thanks. I am Malak. If you do locate him, I ask only that you call for me. so I can finish my task at last.
Ooh. Add event Summer Road 36 to the Summer Road deck and remove Summer Road event 8 from the deck. Ooh. Okay. I have to wait until summer? Oh, that's long. Where is it? 36 going in. And 8 coming out. That's pretty cool. Did we even have... Oh, there it is. Literally the last card. Okay. Give it a shuffle. Wait until summer. Vermlings must hibernate. Do they? I don't think they do. I think you're lying. I think you're lying. All right. That is now shuffled. And we will maybe see that in the future. Maybe not. Who knows? Okay, so now on to the actual scenario. So we are 69. Nice.
More tea?
You sit in the cabin of a local botanist, a savas named Lasteritus. It holds an iron pot with a cloth and pours you out another steaming herbal draught for you.
Of course, I can't really drink it myself, but I do so love the smell.
You have asked Lasteritus to help study the wood you've been bringing back from your missions for some sign of the great oak. On the table between you is a piece of bark.
Now that looks like oak to me. Divine? I can't tell. But definitely the same type as the great oak in the capital. And you say you found this far from here, near the Radiant Forest. Interesting indeed.
Lasteritus sits and sniffs at its tea, savoring the hint of mint and nutmeg.
I'm confident we'll find a grove of oaks out there, but it may require a bit of legwork. Given how the roots of trees can grow deep and far, I have a plan. Head to the Radiant Forest and gather some soil samples from 3 different regions of the forest. Bring them here, and I should be able to triangulate where the oaks should be.
You finish your tea and then stand to gather your things.
Oh, and be careful. That forest is home to all manner of dangerous creatures. Here, take some more tea with you.
Okay. So sacred soil. Scenario goals. The scenario is complete when 3 soil samples have been looted. At the end of that round, read 27.3. Special rules. Whenever any earth demon in the scenario dies, instead of a loot token, it drops 1 gold treasure tile. These represent soil samples. So earth demons drop soil samples. All lettered hexes, A to F, represent passages to other rooms. So A and then B over there. Whenever any character ends their turn occupying a passage, they and any of their summons or tokens within range 2 may be removed from the map to travel through the passage. At the start of each round, before card selection, All traveling characters must discard 2 cards if able. Then, in any order, they are placed in the lettered hex on the other side of the passage they entered, or the closest empty hex. All their summons and tokens that were removed are placed in viable hexes closest to the characters. Okay, A and C are 2 sides of the same passage. B and D are 2 sides of the same passage. And E and F are 2 sides of the same passage. No figure can teleport or find focus between rooms. Interesting. Scenario goals: collect Earth Demon poop. Yeah, pretty much. So obviously we're only got this room to begin with, but there are 2 other tiles currently shown. You can see on that map layout there that there are 2 other map tiles over here. And presumably we will teleport to and from them. And I would imagine that the other teleport will be probably back between those 2 rooms.
Thanks for keeping it real.
I think so. Hey, Star Welter. No, thank you, buddy. Thank you so much for the support. 14 months. The quest continues, my friend. Good to have you back. Thanks so much for all of the support. Hope you're doing awesome. Probably 1 demon in a tile. Yeah, I would think so. That would make sense. So, like, this is a good example, again, of potentially, like, special rules for the sake of being special rules. Why couldn't this just be a regular scenario with doors? And we needed to kill Earth Demons and they drop the loot? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, oh, we get to teleport, which is kind of cool, but it's not teleporting. You've been looking for this song. Do I have the name? Yes. This song is called In Your Arms, and the artist is called Hen Yao. Henyao. And it's In Your Arms. They wanted to represent the tunnels you have to go through. It's like that there's 3 different regions of the forest, right? That's kind of what it is. It's fine. Like, I mean, I don't hate it, but I'll probably end up playing this scenario like I would a regular scenario. At the moment, I don't see the benefit of, I mean, it's kind of cool that you can go through the passage and leave the other enemies. So I could just focus on killing the Earth Demons, but I feel like that's probably a bit of a mistake. Earth Demons have a lot of health, right? 20 health. So we could probably kill them in maybe 2 rounds. But we could also pretty comfortably kill anything else in that time. So what I'll probably do is the next time we have to like go to a passage, I'll set up the next passage, and then I'll probably leave it set up to the side just in case we do nip backwards and forwards. But I just don't really see us doing that. This actually seems like really straightforward. As a killer enemies with a very small twist. Tunnels mean enemies can't chase you though, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you have to wait, and you have to use 2 cards. You have to get rid of 2 cards when you go through a tunnel. Well, when you come out the other side, as a means of, I guess, conveying that it took you around essentially to get to the other side. Like you're kind of disappearing and you're reappearing. They could have done 3 connected tiles with numbered doors and just said that when you go through a door, you have to discard 1 card. Yeah. And there's definitely, it's fine. It's a relatively straightforward scenario. It is. in terms of like what you need to do. But again, it's, you know, here's another layer of stuff. Now, I don't think this isn't a terrible offender compared to some of the other ones. Though some other scenarios I think have been worse offenders. This feels relatively like, okay, like there's a nice thematic justification for why we need to do it. Okay. You have to commit to enter another room. Yeah. Yeah, this is a lot better than that. For sure. Okay. So, battle goals. Drifter. Did we ever manage to beat the boat scenario? Yeah, we did. Second try. That's my favorite scenario so far. Okay, so we've got Cleaner, Opener, and Egoist. Collect 3 or more loot tokens on the same time. Something the Drifter could maybe do, but I think Egoist is a very safe one to get on the Drifter. Very, very safe. Except if you had connected tiles, you couldn't go from 1 to 3 without going through 2. Unless they were to create, like, some kind of hub area. He always has the Egoist, like the 4th time. It's a good one for him. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna turn it down. Yeah, leaving monsters is not a bad idea, Pango. I think if you like wanted to ignore the imps and stuff, it's an option.
Nice.
Okay, so we've got Acrobat, Overachiever. Well, considering there's no doors. Have 3 or fewer total cards in your hand. We'll go Zealot and we'll maybe go a bit hard on this scenario. Okay. All right, so let's do it. I think, my general strategy is going to be to probably just go through the rooms pretty methodically, at least to start. And just kill every enemy in every room to begin with. Now, I might change that up a little bit as we go along, depending on how scary the other rooms are. But I think in general, I'm quite happy to do that. What are my starting hexes? Yeah, these 2 or these 2. I think this is fine. How much shield do these guys have? 1. I think this is the kind of scenario that it's a good idea to have lots of movement in. No, I think we'll go heals. I could go for the double play on the first turn. It was a little bit unnecessary. Now I could start with Eclipse this scenario and just try and move them around. That seems like pretty reasonable to me. Because I can actually move them with and take the shadows with me. Yeah, no +1 health anymore, Maya. We've now got our cured leather armor instead. I need to update the items again in the campaign list. It's always the bit that I forget to update. Okay. Okay, that's not bad, actually. That's a very good turn for us, I think, in general. Okay, so Drifter first on 31. So we'll play Continuous Health for his bottom. And then we're going to play Fortitude top. And this might be the first time I've ever done this. So I am going to move the character token on one of my persistent abilities forward 1 slot to give myself range +2. So as it's normally a melee attack, it would be 1. So this turns into a range 3. 1, 2, 3. So we'll push this forward. We'll gain an XP for it going past the threshold, but we don't get the heal. And we're going to attack. Let's go for 3 with PS2. 3. Bit of a shame because of their healing, but not too bad. Okay. Earth Demon. Where do I want them? Let's put them there. So we're going to move 5. They're going to heal themselves for 2. These imps, really, huh? Back up to full health. Oh, wait, they got flying. I did that probably in a weird way. Where was it? Here? I don't mind putting them there like that. That blocks off the Earth Demon a little bit. Might force the Earth Demon back around the other way. Yep, that's fine. This guy's the scary guy. Attacking for 5, target 2 and wound. Yeah, that's like, that's someone we don't really want to mess with. Okay, so we're going to play Eclipse. We're going to try and get off to a really fast start with the Deathwalker. I think the only problem with doing this is that I am... somewhat limiting my potential to move these shadows. Let's put this one like here. I think that's pretty reasonable. Okay. Great dark. That is burned. And then we will do the bottom half, which was do a loot 1 and teleport to a hex with a shadow. I think we'll just stay where we are. For now. Only shadows within range 2 move through passage 2. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to have to be a little bit careful with that. Okay. I guess I should probably move here, actually. That was a bit dumb. I should at least move. I could maybe kill this lowly guy. Nuke, nuke. Hey, Nippy. Let's do this, I think. 13. I've only got 3 health. They've only got shield 1. They're actually very easy for us to kill. The only other thing to do maybe would be to use... now might be a good time to use Forceful Spirits, actually. We got the Dark up. I could actually immobilize this guy, which would be really good. Actually, I like that quite a lot. I just do not like the initiative that it is on. That's all. Then maybe we could use Dominate. It's just a move Formate Dark. No, that seems like a waste. I could use Restless Spirits to just insta-kill this. That's probably pretty good too. Yeah, let's go 20, and we could always drop the initiative down to 10 if we need to. Bit nervous about this guy because he can go like really, really early. Drifter. Drifter is going to have a bit of a late turn, I think, but... Well, maybe we don't bother getting Crushing Weight going quite yet. Maybe we just use Breakthrough. Potentially Shield Up. I'm okay with that. And we make ourselves the tiebreaker, maybe? Boom. Yeah, there's that 13. I knew it. I knew it. Okay. So we're going to use our boots on the Deathwalker here to go on 10. Okay. Right, so first things first, we're going to use Restless Spirit Stop. Sorry, Forceful Spirit Stop. Consuming Dark. That will get us an XP. And we're going to attack this guy, and we're going to attack the Elite. We'll attack this one first. We're going to use... We'll use Spyglass to get advantage here. I don't see any reason why not at this stage. And we will use Weighted Net as well. We'll add an Immobilize with advantage onto this guy on number 4. So we're attacking for 3. 6. Ooh, hello. So that'll be 6 damage. And an Immobilize. Not too shabby. Wow. And then we need to draw just a regular attack on number 5. Imp. +1. So that is 4. With the shield, 3. Gotta remember that these elites have got cursed too. Alright, great turn. So Rending Drake can't do anything because it is immobilized and nothing happens. Now Drifter. So Drifter's going to use Breakthrough. So we're just going to attack for 4 here. I think we're just going to hedge that we don't draw a negative. Oh, hang on. I didn't use the bottom of my... Before we do that, I should use the bottom of my Deathwalker card. Which is that I was going to move a shadow up to 4 hexes. So I was just going to move this one. Boop, 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 boop. Back and forward through this. To gain me 1 XP. And to do 3 damage to this. Perfect. So we remove that. Absolute. Good. That was the other thing I had to do. Drifter time. Now we do Drifter. So we're attacking for 4 with PS2. Even more PS, +1. First one dies. Drops the loot token. What is this guy doing? He's doing an attack for range for... with Immobilize. Immobilize is pretty stinky. I think I might just have to go up into his grill. I might have to go up in his, get up in his grill. And shield up for 1. This way, he's going to attack my Drifter with disadvantage. And we got the shield 1. And he's going to immobilize him. Does that really matter? Probably not. Now we can sort of, next turn, we can hit him if we want. I think that makes a lot of sense. So, good job, Drifter. So now the Earth Demon. So yeah, attacking with disadvantage. -1 with the shield, so it's 2 damage. 2 damage to the Drifter. Very good. Next round. Okay, so we just got 1 guy on 1 health. No dark or anything, huh? How do I kill this Rending Drake in a very simple way? Easier said than done, I think. I think I have to go on a bit of a scary initiative, but we'll see. If I get hit once, it's not so bad. I got the cured leather armor now. Feeling protected, guys. Feeling very safe. I still no crushing weight yet, but I don't think we'll probably play it right now. We could do. I actually have a really good turn for crushing weight. I actually have a really great turn for crushing weight. Because I don't care about going late against this guy. It is what it is. I guess he could move away and try and do a ranged attack. That would be a little bit annoying. If he does that, then fair play. He kind of gets me. This guy's not immobilized anymore. Okay, nope. This has worked out well for us. Apart from the 25, actually. The 25 is a bit annoying. It's very annoying, actually. There's no way that I can beat that. So he is going to go here. And he's going to attack Deathwalker with disadvantage. +1. Plus. So 5 damage and a wound. Like, ow. Very ow. 25, huh? I thought we'd do a great job at killing this guy before we got to do anything. Any treasure in the loot deck? No, we got gold, mostly gold. Then we have lumber, then hide, then axe nut, 2 axe nuts, and 1 flame fruit. So actually, getting herbs from this scenario would be fantastic for us. All right, well, I just guess I'll do the default attack 2. So I'll default attack him for 2. Dead. Then I'll play Call to the Abyss to make a shadow within range 2. Surrounded by loot. I'm also going to use my stamina. Oh, I don't have a stamina potion anymore, do I? I forgot all about that. God damn. That's actually annoying because I'm not going to be able to move the tokens very much at all. I'm going to have to spend a turn moving the tokens, I think. There's going to probably be a little bit of weirdness actually in terms of when they go through. Like usually you open a door and you kind of both deal with it together. But I can see a world here where we go through the passage, like just the drifter goes in first. And then we wait around and then we kind of like, catch up. So an attack of 4, create earth with disadvantage. -2, so that will be 2 damage and an immobilize. So we'll play Crushing Weight top. Nice and simple. Got Crushing Weight in play now. And then we're going to play Bloodletting bottom. To attack for 1 with the Crushing Weight 3. And an XP. So that's 4 damage and a wound. Right, I kind of need to get a heal onto the Deathwalker. Which luckily, I can indeed do. Hey Gangster, have a quick peek. Defend scenario? No, this is we have to go through these spots. It's like a tunnel. So we have to go through those spots and then we go into the next kind of areas. And the objective is to collect soil samples which are exclusively dropped by Earth Demons. And we need 3, so... I think I'm honestly just maybe moving for 2 here and not doing much else. Yeah, I think my Deathwalker's kind of just treading water a little bit for this round. I don't love it. But we're going to heal the Deathwalker with this. Get ourselves a nice little +2. And then we'll use Sustain Momentum to get some tokens back as well. Deathwalker is going to do some positioning. Okay, so we're going to heal for 2 with this. Make that 4 on the Deathwalker. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Get rid of that wound. Nice. Nice efficiency there. Then we're going to attack for 2 with Crushing Weight 4. And I think we will push back Crushing Weight. Deathwalker. I'm gonna move. I'm actually just gonna move, I think, for 1 here to pick up this loot. Why not? And create Dark. And I don't have anything to do with my other card. So, loot token. What do we get? Lumber. Very fitting, seeing as we're in the forest. It's called the collect Earth Demon poop scenario. That's what it's colloquially known as. So attacking for 5. Whoops, gotta do that. On the Drifter with disadvantage. So 5. Oop. 4, 3, 4, 5. Gotta be a little bit more careful now. Like, we gotta try and get it hopefully dead next round, really. Which I think I should be able to do. Oh, he's healing. Okay. Well, hopefully... Oh, no. Well, we should definitely be able to deal with that. That's no problem. No problemo. Okay, so we're going to move 3. 1, 2, 3. Poison something within range 1. So we will poison this fella up. Then we're just going to use Dominate as just an attack 2 here, a base attack 2. I feel like it was worth it considering I've got the poison on them, so it's going to basically turn it into an attack 3. We can't unfortunately use the 6 on there because, well, we have no shadows to attack from. Well, we miss. Makes that significantly less good. I guess I'd rather miss on that than on a more crucial one. Lucky. Yeah. I don't know, did I wipe this room already? You've gone for like 20 minutes. Yeah, we killed everything very, very fast. I might use my... I don't have a stamina potion anymore. I'm so like used to having a stamina potion, but because we had to get rid of it to get the cured nether armor, like we forced ourselves last Outpost Phase. I'm like, oh yeah, I should really use my stamina potion here. Nope. No good. Forgot to infuse green. Oh, last time? Okay, yeah. Might be relevant with the immobilize, yeah. Yeah, good catch. Okay, well, that was the Deathwalker, everybody. It says Drifter isn't immobilized, right? I don't think so. Oh no, I think he was immobilized, right? Didn't he draw the bloody attack 5 immobilize again last time? Gonna check it. Yeah, he did. Okay, so I can't move. But that's fine. We'll use the bottom of this. We are exactly next to one enemy. So we'll just put back the charge there. And again, like, we're just going to use this as a default attack too, really. There's no point to use the AoE. So that's going to be for 4. It's kind of disappointing, actually. So 4 with the poison 5. 10. Oh, he's dead. Bam. Well, that helps. He has innate immobilize. Oh yeah, good point. Wow. Cool. I think I'll probably just use my amulet here. Just to give myself 3 life. We're going to be probably getting ourselves up to full health easily before the next room. Okay, Earth Demon dies and he drops a special soil sample. Definitely not poo. Definitely not poo. Right, next round, Deathwalker's gonna long rest. And Drifter's gonna get the loot, I think. Just gonna use default move 2 and loot. I could have healed there, but I feel like there's no real point because I'm gonna be taking a long rest. So I don't really want to keep using too many charges when I don't need to. I'm gonna end up over healing. So we now have 1 of the chests. I don't know the best way to signify this, but maybe we put it here. 1 chest. If I leave a single loot bag, I gotta leave all of that loot. I don't want it. Who needs loot, really? Overrated. Deathwalker is gonna heal up. Boop. Boop, boop. Give me all of the good stuff. When we long rest, we may move 1 shadow up to 3 hexes. Yeah, we need to get rid of the card. Do. Do we think I'm going to use a summon this scenario? I don't think so. Plus, the teleports kind of get very weak. Because we can't teleport between rooms. So, like, a clever way of doing this would be to, like, leave a shadow token, right? In each room and just kind of ping around. But I don't think we're going to be using the summon at all this scenario. I feel like everything else is much more what we want to be trying to do. Excellent. Okay, next round. So this round, the Deathwalker really just wants to try and get all of the shadows closer. So that's what we'll do. So that we can go through next turn. So we'll use Black Barrage here to move them all so they're within a nice range. And then, quite honestly, it's just going to be a case of just wasting one of my other actions. Really? Maybe Fleeting Dusk. I don't feel like we need that necessarily. Could come back for the third room to grab a shadow. Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to end up doing like a loop, or are we going to end up going backwards and forwards? I would assume we're going to do a loop. I'd be very surprised if when we go into this tile here, like they put the Earth Demon here. I mean, the Earth Demon is going to be at this end, right? With that going all the way around. That would be like, that would be what I would think, right? Earth Demon at our end. Oh, sorry, at the other end. Where's the Drifter? Draw. Okay, so Black Barrage then. We're going to move. And then we just will not use the top of Fleeting Dusk to do anything. In a way, I kind of wish that I had a top place shadow action that was, you know, for these down rounds occasionally. Where you just want to go make shadows, or move shadows, make shadows. Loop makes it better for discard efficiently. Yeah, I don't think we really want to be discarding too many cards if we can avoid it. Drifter. So we're going to heal up for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we gain an XP. Gotta love gaining an XP in your long rest. Is that going to be like one of the only characters that could do that? Oh, I guess Music Note could do that too. Reset our items. Need to get some loot though to get that Egoist done. Next round. Okay. I need to get rid of a card. Always important. Get rid of Sustain Momentum, I think. Music Now is the odd exception for a lot of weird Gloomhaven happenings. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess in theory there will be like characters who can earn XP on long rests, but it wouldn't be on the actual long rest action. So I'm thinking like you have the Trap on the Tinkerer, that you gain the XP when it springs. Like, there are probably a couple that actually, like, if a certain thing happened in the round, you could gain XP on a long rest, but not actually just gaining straight up an XP during your long rest kind of action or turn. Okay, are we going through A? I think we're gonna bust our way through A. The good thing about this, though, is that I can kind of, like, just go next tile in. This might work really well for the stream, because I can just go, we're in A, zoop, drop everything else. It's only if we end our turn on it, too, so we can't, like, move through it, which is kind of interesting. So in a weird way, I kind of just want to play like a whatever type card here. Because both my characters are just going to like basically move 2 and that's it. Move 2. Shrug. I guess it would be a good time to play Shockwave then, huh? Maybe we play Shockwave. Yeah, good time to play Shockwave. Okay, Shockwave plus just something as a move 2. Anything. Maybe Prudent Preparation. I know it's like chucking away our 2 early initiatives, but I feel like we're going to have to get rid of extra cards too in a minute when we go through. Definitely save this tile. Might be able to come back to grab the loot before picking up the final earth poop. Yeah. I feel like I'm going to want to like short rest as soon as I get through, you know? It's an interesting scenario condition, actually. It really is. It makes you kind of double think like how you're going to do it, because I actually like, at first I was like, it's just more rules. But actually it kind of upsets the balance of your character quite a lot, because now like it takes away the ability to long rest before going through a door and then being able to go, okay, I go through a door. And then you continue your move action if you've got any movement left, and then you do like your attack or whatever it might be, your top action. It kind of takes that tempo play away, because now I have to spend a turn to end my turn on that. Then I have to teleport through at the beginning of the next round, but then I also lose 2 cards from doing that. So every time that you go through, the tempo that you lose is quite a lot. Obviously, I do get like, it's basically like you kind of spawn into a new room almost, and then you kind of get to act. So it's almost like you're doing like the first room of a scenario every single time, except each time your resources are going to be less and less and less. So actually, I quite like this scenario condition because it really changes up the dynamic of that, like the tried and tested method, right? Of, hey, we long rest. Everybody together, we're all good. Great. Now we're going to move through the door. Who's our tank or who's our door opener? All right, you go do it. Early initiative. And then we all get the jump. We go in and we get to do our action. It's like, no, you don't really get to do that. You kind of got to go on there, wait. Then next turn you're in, and then it's like, oh, we're in a brand new room. And it's like the first turn of the game again, in terms of like how you deal with a room, right? Because if there's somebody right up in front of you, you could either, now you have to go before them on initiative or whatever, and you lose those 2 cards that you have to discard as well. So it's quite a big tempo swing, and it really means that you can't play classic door opening strats. 3 scenarios in 1. Yeah, kinda. The scenario seems like a good complexity sweet spot. Is it a 1 or 2 in the book? It is a 2 in the book. 3 scenarios in 1. Yeah. Also, the enemies don't attack in the same turn, like when you open a door. No. I would think that if they did, like the worst thing that could really, like, to make the snow infinitely harder, and maybe it did, was like this way at one point. The way you would do it would be, if you end your turn on one of the hexes, then at the end of your turn, you go through the tunnel. Then you must discard 2 cards, and then like the rest of the round proceeds. But it's the fact that you get teleported at the beginning of the next round before cards are selected. So you kind of get like in before that. So you can still play in that round. But I wouldn't have been surprised if maybe they play tested a version in which that did happen that way to make it like super brutal. I would not be surprised. Because they're like, okay, geez, I'm losing card advantage and I'm going to basically be open to an attack as soon as I go through, potentially. Okay, well, we got our turns. We know what we're doing. So we're going to move to make dark. Dum, 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 dum. Then I may as well just do both characters' turns here. Then we are going to move two, and play Shockwave. See, look, the thing is, my Deathwalker, we're gonna have to discard 2 cards, and then I'm gonna be down to 3. So I'm actually only gonna have 1 turn now before I need to rest again. So like it's, you know, taking that 1 turn here was actually pretty big. Having that slight imbalance between my characters means that I'm going to be forced into short resting probably more often than not in this scenario as well. It's going to be forcing me to short rest. It's okay, just use your stamina potion. Oh god. It's going to be that way all day, huh? Okay. So, da-da-da-da-da-da. So we need to read number 143.3. And I need to find this tile.
The trees give way to a clearing where light spills down onto a crystal clear pool fed by a babbling spring. This brief break in the trees attracts all manner of woodland creatures who drink from the pool and graze on the lush foliage that grows around it. Unfortunately, some woodland creatures are unfriendly.
What? Why would they be unfriendly? That's not very nice. Okay, so let's set this up. And I will probably I will push this 1 tile to the side, and then we will bring in the new tile. Oh, that's a big number, 143. 143. Okay. All right, here we go. I was going to say, plot twist, no Earth Demon. No, we got an Earth Demon. We got an Earth Demon. He's there. So that was from A to C. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this here. And I will sort of adjust. I'll move the Deathwalker stuff because it's probably pretty easier to move the Deathwalker stuff at this point in time. Okay, you guys see all of that okay? Oh, look at that. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so now we need to find C's. E, B, C, D, E. 1 C, 2 C's. So they are, let's do here. E's to the end. E. E. Rocks. Boom. I'm gonna have to pinch a rock from the other tile. I could get one from the box, but I'm being lazy today. Okay. Put that there. So there's a few more enemies. It's not that easy. It's not that many more enemies though. Just feels like it's a bit more of a test of your card management skills, this one. Maybe. Than just throwing, you know, raw kind of character damage numbers at you. Okay, so we now need to teleport. Yep. Boom. Boom. So everything within range 2, which I think was all 3 of our shadows, can come through. Thinking maybe I want to like, do I want to move it towards the back? No, I'm okay there. They enter. Other side of the passage, they enter or the closest empty hex. Viable hex is closest to the character. So that would be there. There. Ambiguity, we'll put one there. Okay. Okay, great. So with that, we now... Oh, whoops, I should have ended round there, huh? And then added them. Whoops. Are they shuffled? No, they are. They are not. Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there on my part. I should have ended the round before I did that. What is this? Go away. I could just put them back on top and pretend I didn't see them. Do. Don't mind me. I think this one I can shuffle, right? Yeah, this is one. Oh, put it in. Oh, it's going to want to draw one because there's somebody there. Okay. I can't fully get rid of all of the cards. Okay. So we want to go next round here. Now I should be able to shuffle it. Great. Okay, good. Let's reset that enough. So... what we'll do is we need to discard 2 cards, right? 2 cards if able. Okay. Okay, 2 cards there. kind of rough, huh? 1, 2. Okay. Right, now we're good to go. Hey, Silver Medal Tavern. How's it going, buddy? So that's all sorted now. So now we are through the tunnel. Let me sort out these items a little bit. Our cured leather armor has gone. Bye-bye. What we got down there a little bit. Should have a good amount of space still at the top of the board. Yeah? Yeah, loads. Okay, good. This whole mess now. Oh, it's always the most challenging thing about this. Okay, good. Okay, we're all good. Starting Gloomhaven tonight. Wish you luck. Thank you for my guy. It's awesome, dude. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's a fantastic game. And it's one of those kind of games that once you get over that initial learning hump, the game is like just amazing. You just need to get over that hump. Like the barrier to entry with Gloomhaven is pretty high. You know, you kind of have to be willing to, yeah, do a lot of reading, do a lot of dying. But once you get over it and you learn, you'll love the game. You just need to put in that initial effort, which is, yeah. It's always been the biggest hurdle for Gloomhaven, and now for Frosthaven too. Great, so the first hour is going to be impossible. Yeah, maybe. It's technically an easier scenario, technically, but. As it's everyone's first, it's kind of like the hardest because it's like the first scenario you'll ever play. But yeah, there's a lot of stories about Black Barrow. Maybe it's a good strategy after this room to go back for fast enter into the next tile. I think that would be like smart if we didn't consider that we could kill everything. But to be honest, these enemies are very easy to kill with this party, so I'm not worried. And also remember, going back would mean we have to discard 2 cards and then another 2 cards again. If we go forward through E, we kind of just do it once. I think the Drifter's just going to go in there. Guns blazing. Okay. So we're going to go move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If we're adjacent to at least 2 enemies, move the character token back on one of our persistent abilities. I am going to use several crushing weight triggers here. So I think I will move crushing weight back. Then we're going to use our old fierce barrage. So we're going to attack for... We're going to get a couple of shockwave triggers here, which is going to be nice. So let's attack the elite... Earth Demon first. In fact, actually, I might just insta-kill the Imp here with the Frenzy Potion, actually. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to move this forward to attack the Earth Demon for 4. So 4. 4. Then Shockwave is going to trigger, which is going to gain us an XP. And that's going to do 2 damage. And we'll do that... we'll do that 2 damage to the imp, I think. That's direct damage, goes through the shield, which is nice. Then we do Fierce Barrage on the imp. So attacking for 4, which gains us an XP. To be fair, I probably shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done the damage there, right? I should have done the damage to. Yeah, I shouldn't have done it. Before I do that, I shouldn't have done the damage to the imp. I should have done the damage to the Rending Drake, really. Because then I have a backup if I miss this attack. Yeah. Which I do miss it. Well, that sucks. Shockwave. 2 damage to the Earth Demon. That's what I get for trying to min-max that. That's kind of rough, huh? So then I will use my Frenzy Potion to perform an attack 2. So I'll do that on the Earth Demon. Hang on, did I draw from the wrong deck? I drew from the wrong deck. What? Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I should have known the Drifter never misses. Alright, reset that again. So before I do this, let's do a proper draw from the Drifter. +0. So it does die. Okay. And we did the 2 damage to the Earth Demon, which we've already done. Okay, great. So that means I don't need to use the Frenzy Potion. Super. Okay, there we go. The old, you know it's a miss coming up issue. Yeah, it's like, what do I do? Do I shuffle it? Well, if I shuffle it, then I don't get potentially I get the consequence of drawing the miss, you know? I mean, I will do it how I will resolve it now, like exactly how I would kind of, you know, aim to resolve it in a situation like this. You know, I'm not going to try and cheat or anything like that. There's no point in trying to cheat. I'll do what I would have done, which is that, you know, I'm going to move 4 here. Just move myself 3. Create dark. I'm also using Forceful Spirits here to consume the dark that was already there. To give myself 3. And I'm going to attack them both here. So target 2. I would do it by initiative order here. So I would attack the Earth Demon first. So... oh no, I missed! And then I attack the Rending Drake for +1. So Rending Drake takes 4. And there's that dark comes back. Yeah, it kind of blows, but that would be how I would resolve it. Maybe you Spyglass on this attack, you have a feeling. Well, that would be cheating. I mean, like, it's actually a pretty legit attack to use Spyglass on, but... right, so attack 3 with disadvantage on our Drifter. -1, so 2. Nice to get that +2 out as well. No, I am all over the place today. What the hell am I doing? There you go. And that's it. This guy can't do anything. Very horrible attack if we were next to him. Like, I mean, the really annoying thing here is that, like, I've got one card on my Drifter. My Deathwalker. One card on my Deathwalker. So do I just long rest here? I mean, I'm in a very safe position to long rest. So I don't feel that bad about doing it. These shadows are just going to end up doing nothing. The Drifter has just handled this room like an absolute pro. I do need to burn a bunch of cards. I need Zealot to go off, right? I've only got 3 XP on the Deathwalker right now. You know, this is the example of a scenario where actually I could probably farm a bit of XP if I really wanted to, but I'm not like super keen on doing that now when we're kind of trying to retire the characters. But I also wouldn't mind keeping them at level 5 for the solo scenarios, which we're going to do. I could just short rest, I suppose. Thing is, long resting means I get to move a shadow. No, I'll long rest. Because long resting, I get to move a shadow, get that into a nice place. Yeah, that's fine. So attack for 4 with disadvantage on the Drifter. Bit annoying that he does get an attack off here. So 3 and a wound. So Drifter time. So my plan here was basically to do an attack 1 with crushing weight 3 on the Earth Demon. Attack the Earth Demon for 3 with a wound. 4. With wound. Then Shockwave triggers, gains me an XP. And we will kill this with the Shockwave. Nice that we've double stacked the loot. We'll take that. And then with my top action, I was going to attack for 3. Crushing weight for 5, gain an XP. Six. And then we'll also use a charge of continuous health because we'll use Amulet of Life to heal ourselves up for 3. So we don't take any more damage from that wound. Absolute monster turn. This scenario seems like a walk in the park, or just you? I think at the moment it's pretty simple, yeah. I think it's a bit interesting that the scenario almost kind of lent into implying that you might not want to kill every enemy. You know, it's like, hey, no enemies can follow you through the tunnels, like no figures can teleport or find focus between the rooms. You know, they're like 3 kind of not connected rooms. That was kind of interesting. It kind of it plants the seed. See what I did there? Scenario. That you might want to just ignore some of the other enemies. Like, hey, kill the Earth Demon, it's fine. That's all you need to do. Everything else is just whatever. And actually, it's pretty easy to just kill the other guys, as long as you're used to playing against them. Like, I mean, these guys, I'm very used to fighting all the three of these enemy types. I don't find them particularly difficult to fight if you know you've got good cards to do so, and we definitely have good cards on our Drifter and our Deathwalker for this scenario, for sure. With more players, you could split the team. With more players, you'd have a lot more things to deal with, though. With 4, in this particular room, you would have had... So the one Rending Drake we have would have been an elite. You would have had another Rending Drake. You would have had an elite imp here, and you would have had an elite imp at the back of the room. So you're looking at 3 extra enemies, 2 of which are elites. And one of the other regulars gets upgraded to an elite. And the regular imp that was there is also now an elite. So it's 3 elite imps, 1 elite Rending Drake, 1 regular Rending Drake, and the elite Golem. Earth Demon. So, like, it's a pretty substantially harder on 4 if you look at, like, because those enemies, especially the forest imps, if they start cursing you and just being really annoying, that can really hamper you. I think the thing with imps is always that it's like a death by 1,000 cuts type deal with imps from Gloomhaven. You just, like, you're not going to lose one because of one particular bad round against them, but you will lose if they continually get to pump your deck full of curses. Because you'll feel like, okay, you know, there'll be a point in time when you're like, I really need to attack, you know, I really need this attack to land and to kill this enemy, and you'll draw a curse or something. So it feels very much like it's a... They basically really draw the game out because they put curses in your deck, which means you miss, which means you waste turns. But also they tend to heal as well and strengthen their allies. So the healing element as well takes damage that you've done off of the board, potentially negating rounds. And of course, like, them strengthening the allies means that they will potentially do a really big attack against you. So there's imps are like an annoying enemy that if you just need to deal with them quickly, don't really let them do their thing. If you leave them on the board for too long and then you let them do their thing, they're just going to clog you up and they're just going to make it a slog. So you just need to, like, pick them off as quickly as you can. And a 2-player, it's been nice because we've only had like 1 or 2 at a time to deal with. So when we can deal with that very, very quickly. But if it was, 4-player, there's a good chance here that our 4-player, one of these imps might end up living for quite a while. And that might be a problem for you. Even if you don't split, only 2 can enter a room on a given round. Sure, maybe it encourages to split then. Imps are awful. What's the Black Imp scenario where the imps keep coming through the sewers? That is one of the worst final rooms in the original game. That is something... I know which one you mean. It's the one where you have to turn off the valves, right? So you have the valves, and you have to end your turn next to the valve. Ancient Cistern, there you go. Yeah. And then you turn off, but they spawn, they continually spawn. So, like, the win condition is fairly simple in that one, but yeah, you're right. It's really miserable because you spend, is it 2 or maybe even 3 rooms before you even get to that room, and you have to fight through imps, sludges, maybe snakes as well, I think. Like, so it's another one of those scenarios where it's also hard because, like, you're probably pretty burned out by the time you even get to the end. Night demons in that scenario, Jesus. Yeah, so, like, you're probably pretty tapped out and burned out by the time you even get to the final room. And then the final room's like, yeah, you need to, like, get to this, right to the edge of this room, and you need to end your turn here, and you need to give up Is it like you give up a bottom action to turn the valve? It's like, so you can't even really do it in like one turn? You have to do it in like across 2 turns or something? It is a very easy scenario if you have invisibility, but if you don't... Oh, and jump. You really need jump and or invisibility. Otherwise, you're not getting anywhere with that one. You're Doomstalker for that one. Super easy. You just teleported right to the end or something. You just do the... I can't remember what the Doom was, but the Doom where if something died while it was doomed, you could teleport, right? Oh, and invisible. Yeah, oh, of course, and camouflage, yeah. Right, so I kind of lost my train of thought now. So I'm resting on the Deathwalker, right? So I get to move a shadow. Yay! Do-do. Doodle-doo-doo. Want to get rid of Fluid Knight? I feel like I should just get rid of Lingering Rot. Don't feel like I'm going to be using that one. Do we have Dark Up? We do have Dark Up. Well, actually, no, we don't. We're going into next round when we don't have Dark Up. No! That's okay. We should be able to kill this thing. Alright, so we're long resting on the Drifter this turn. Because we got 1 card in hand. Deathwalker is going on 28. And we're going to try and kill with Dominate, I think. And then we're going to move all of our shadows up to 2 hexes. Just make it a little bit closer. Sorry, Mr. Ending Drake. You are not actually alive. Okay. So first up, we're going to use Dominate. So we are going to perform the action, the attack, as if we were here. So this is going to be an attack 6, 1 XP, and we're going to be removing this. So 6. 7, that is most definitely dead. And he drops his very exclusive, very rare Earth Demon Poo. And that goes away. Then we will use Black Barrage and we will move. 1, 2, 1, 2. Another Earth Demon has soiled himself, yep. Good job, Deathwalker. So Drifter's going to go. So we're going to heal up for 4 and 1 XP. I am a little bit worried that, next room, I don't actually have anything on the Drifter. I've used all of the charges of everything. I might have to try and tactically get some charges back. Hopefully, as long as I can get 1 or 2 charges of Crushing Weight for the next room, I think we'll be fine. Continuous Health is done its job. So we've done that. We will need to get rid of a card. The Gift of the Prey. Again, a card that's just been underperforming. Oh, actually, Gift of the Prey, to be fair, will be an attack 3 when Crushing Weight is gone. At range 3, which isn't terrible. Maybe Fierce Barrage, because the chances are I don't really want to do the double attack. Though, having said that, Shockwave was going to be so good. Yeah, Shockwave is going to be so good. Let's get rid of Fortitude. I think we can get rid of Fortitude. We don't necessarily need that. We got great. Other cards are great. Yeah, there is a shield on the imps, but it's only a shield 1, and we can deal with that. So this turn I really need to loot the tokens on the Drifter to try and make sure that I get this Egoist battle goal and the treasure tile, I guess, with the Deathwalker. Deathwalker, you're on Poo Patrol. Okay, just gonna basically just chuck a couple of cards here. We don't really... I don't know if we're gonna get a chance to rest before we go through. We might be like on a short rest in the next room, really. Which is fine, because we've got all of our... I'm okay with short resting once we've actually got all of our stuff up. We haven't even really had to use many of our items at all. Mind grabbing me some leaves have made quite a mess over here. Not that guy again. Strikes again. Jesus. Different game, same story. Different game, but same story. Okay. So who's going first? Boom. Deathwalker. You may move too. 1, 2. Pick up your soil. Don't think it really matters who has them, right? I don't think that was the thing. We just need to loot 3. Yeah. Other card not doing anything with. Drifter is also just moving 2, getting rid of the other card. And we will be looting 2, 1. Flame fruit, nice. Lumber, we'll take that. We got the rare, we got the rare. Only 1 flame fruit in the entire deck. Very cool. Nice. Very nice.
Wow.
I feel like the Drifter might have to just kind of run through on their own. It should be fine. Maybe I'm caring too much about these shadows coming through, do we think? Does it really matter if the shadows follow me through or not? I have a couple of cards that make shadows, so... Because I'm thinking, like, realistically, I'm going to be moving 2, moving 2. I'll tell you what's interesting, though. It says... At the start of each round, before card selection, all traveling characters must discard 2 cards if able. If able. So if on our last turn, we were to end our turn on that, then we could just say, okay, got no cards in hand. We will travel through. We'll have no cards to discard. Then we would... I guess we'd be short resting. This is why the short resting ordering is important though, right? I'm thinking of digital now. Unless did they change it in this game or not? I mean, it's actually quite important, the ordering of short rest in this one. I expect it's probably on the... Is it on the mats? So they took it off the mats, right? Yeah, they took it off the mats. Presumably you can't travel through unless you can discard 2 cards. It doesn't say that. It says... It would say if able. It doesn't say you may discard 2 cards to travel through. It said... That's not the way that it's worded. Oh, we lost the thing. Bling. I'm just going to check up like how it lists short rest. Short rest is during the... Yeah, so that's like a difference that they put in digital, that you would perform a short rest at the beginning. And I think that was mainly just so that you could... I think that was more of a consideration for like trying to undo turns and things. I think it's a little bit more player friendly, and it makes a very minor difference really in most situations. And also like players would kind of interchangeably do it before and after. Like sometimes you'd play through a round and then be like, oh, actually I meant to short rest, and would just short rest. So I think it was more of a case that they did that because they didn't want you to you know, get annoyed that you'd have to play through an entire round to remember to short rest at the end of it. Yeah, during the end of round step, a character may perform a short rest. So you can go through with no cards to discard, but you are long resting. Basically, you resign yourself to long resting. There's no way that you can avoid discarding the 2 cards by doing some sneaky short rest shenanigans. But this is a good example of a scenario where that rule very much needs to be played correctly, because if you don't, then you're getting an unfair advantage potentially in this scenario. Very important that you play that rule correctly, and not how you might have learned it on Gloomhaven Digital. Okay, so that does, I mean, it sort of changes a little bit of what I do, but I don't know. You can choose not to travel through as well. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that too. I'm just thinking, like, do I want to, like, maybe do a long rest before I go through on my characters here? Like, I've got 2 turns with each character. What? My summons can only go through if I go through, right? My summons can't go through without me. Yeah. I was trying to think, like, could I be crafty and, like, chuck a shadow through and then just attack from it and stay in the other room? That could be some shenanigans there. Unfortunately not. No shenanigans. No sneaky Deathwalker shenanigans, unfortunately for me. Okay then, that's fine. Let's just I mean, I can, the thing is that I could spend a couple of turns like moving my shadows. Do I really need to? Should I? Or should I just spend 2 turns to go move 2, move 2? Then I long rest. I get to move 1 shadow closer anyway. Yeah, I think that's what we do. It's boring as hell, but I think it's the right thing to do. I could also just remove 1 shadow to gain 1 XP now as well, which I guess is something. What's frustrating is I don't have any way of moving my tokens back on my drifter at this point in time. I'm just gonna, until I find enemies, I cannot, so. Again, doesn't really matter what I play on the drifter. We'll get 32. Okay. So then, we will, on the Deathwalker, we'll use this. So we use Ritual Sacrifice bottom, remove any numbers of shadow within range 3. For each shadow removed, gain 1 XP and grant an ally or self shield 1. So we'll just remove this guy. And we will grant ourselves shield 1. Why not? Yes, 1 XP. Then we move 2. 1, 2. Create dark. And then we have our Call to the Abyss as our sort of throwaway card. We're not using it. Deathwalker's probably getting pretty low on cards. We currently have... We have 8 cards. I mean, I think that's fine. Another note, a character must end their turn on the hex travel, so they can't via force movement. Then we are literally just doing a little move 4. Considering that I may do it, I may as well just get on it and not do anything else. Next round. Again, 2 cards for the Drifter. It doesn't matter what they are. We're literally just to fill time. Deathwalker is just doing a move 2. Again, doesn't really matter. One, 2. Right, now we've got an empty hand. And just toss our cards. So we've got 1 card on our Drifter, and we're no cards on our Deathwalker in hand. So that's an easy round. So let's long rest. Ooh, 99. Okay, draw. So Deathwalker, we're going to get to move this up to 3. 1, 2, 3. So at least we get to take 1 shadow with us. That's all refreshed anyway, so we just need to get rid of a card. Feel like we've been, you know, pretty efficient so far. The only thing I think is that, like, you know, the Deathwalker could have a little bit more XP, but this scenario to me feels like fairly straightforward. I mean, we'll see what the last room has to hold, but considering that we could have gone, you know, sometimes there is an easier way and a harder way. I guess we're about to find out. Reset that, reset that. Continuous health goes off, so we actually lose this. No XP on the last space. So I guess that kind of sucks because it was only a heal 1. But you know you're doing well if you don't need the full heal on continuous health. And we need to get rid of a card. Actually, in terms of cards-wise, I think the Drifter is probably looking kind of worse for wear because we've burned a lot of these, which means we've been getting through cards quicker. Like the other kind of interesting part of this scenario as well, and it's subtle again, is that it actually affects characters who are passive driven more than those who like to cycle their cards more. So Drifter, the fact that we want to put, you know, 2 or 3 cards out in front of us in our active area, reducing our hand size down, means that, you know, that discarding of 2 cards every time is going to get you closer and closer to be having to rest every time. So it kind of speeds up the clock that character has a lot more. You know, characters who have low hand sizes will suffer a lot more in this scenario than those who have larger, just because, you know, you probably need that hand and you probably need everything in that hand. You know, especially in the last room, you probably got a very concise couple of turns that you've got planned out. So that's another kind of subtle thing here with this one. Full items is nice going into the last room. Yeah. Well, that is very, very useful. So I need to get rid of a card, huh? Kind of a difficult one, huh? Maybe prudent preparation. Okay. So we've got 7 cards in hand on our Deathwalker now. 6 cards on our Drifter. And we're going to lose 2. We're going to be playing 2. Then we're going to be going in, so we're going to do 4. So basically, Drifter's going to get 1 turn before needing to rest in the new room, which is a little bit scary. But it's okay. We've got all of our items up. We'll just short rest. We do have a stamina potion here that I probably should have used a lot earlier if I had actually remembered that I had it. Classic. Right, we're just going to move onto the thing and make dark. I guess here the good thing is that I can always just... Oh, hang on a minute. Could I choose to move across now? Oh, yeah, no, I can just choose to travel now, right? I could go across 1 turn early. Is that worth doing? Kind of. Because what I could do there is I could choose to go after my long rest. So in the previous round, I could choose to go after my long rest, which means that at the beginning of the next round, I'm in the new zone. I have to discard 2 cards, but then that means that I don't have that short rest quite as quick. And that would basically buy me 1 extra turn in the next room. But it will be like, basically I'll be a turn on my own, which... it isn't that much of a problem, I don't think. Yeah, end of my turn. Probably Drifter is a beast. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Okay, so what I'll do is let's... I mean, that's not going to change, but the Drifter should technically now be in the next room, so we'll do that right now. So the cards that I'm going to change on the Deathwalker aren't going to change, because I just want to move dark and get onto the hex, so that's fine. But let's see what happens on this one. So we need 8B. 8. I really need to organize these back again. I've gotten lazy and I've just put them in a big pile again. I had all of my tiles nicely organized in my little Filofax, all by number. And then after all the scenarios we've been doing, I've just been chucking them in a big heap because I'm tired. And now I have to dig through it every time. What does it look like? It's kind of like a, almost not like an oval one. Ah. Ooh, lava? Ooh, interesting. This is a good level for these two. There's not a lot of crowd control needed. Pure high damage does it. Yeah, this is definitely like a burst scenario. Yeah, it plays very well into these guys' wheelhouse. Like the good thing about this has been that my drifter has pretty much used 2 charges of crude hide armor and then like everything's dead. Like there hasn't been many times when the enemy's been able to attack me without me having some form of like disadvantage on them. It's been very yeah, it's been very good for that. So what I'll do is I'll just move this off to the side here so you can see you can still see the Deathwalker just sort of chilling. But then here's number B. I think I can probably get rid of the other tile, to be honest. I don't see myself using it again. Maybe I'll just chuck it here. It's not the end of the world, I guess. I've got a little bit of space here to the side. But I don't think it's very unlikely that I go back there now. So what number is it? It is 122.1. 122.1.
The trees grow closer, thrust up into the sky as if groping skeletal hands, and the vines twist into the thick knots, making progress painful and tricky. Barely any light reaches the forest floor, making it easy to be turned around in this maze of thorns and beasts.
Whoa! All right, we got another tree. All right, what's the best way of me setting this up in terms of the way I'm looking at it? So that is the bottom. So the tree is there. D. I guess because the scenario ends when I collect the soil samples, I guess in a way, you could just run and get all of the loot, right? Because you could just... You could just run to go get it. Rip loot? Well, we can get the loot. Like, that's the thinking. Like, we could, in theory, jump back and maybe get it if we have enough time. Oh, this scenario... Yeah, this room is a little bit scarier. You know, I was saying about the imps, we've only had to deal with them one at a time. That's about to change. We do have 2 charges of shockwave, though, so that's going to fill me with a bit more... excitement. But this does mean that we're going to be... yeah, we could, in theory, get stalled out quite heavily. Not going to be so straightforward. A lot of more imps. A bunch more imps. Okay, so there's one tucked in. Hang on. Oh no, tree needs to be one more up. One tucked in there with the tree. There with the tree. Hang on. Huh? Is this a different type of tree? Do I not have the right kind of tree? Ooh. How can it be? So, what? What? Yeah, there's one gap at the back. But it shows two going along. What? Oh, like that. I'm just dumb. I don't know why I couldn't see that, but I couldn't see that for a second. There's one there. Tucked in behind there. Then there's nothing there. Then there's one here. There's one behind there. And there's one more. Big yikes. Up in this corner here. Elite Demon. Of course. And that's it. No Rending Drake. So there would have been a Rending Drake if you're playing on 3 or 4. But no Rending Drake. But still, imps could be a big problem. So we travel to D. So, boop, boop. So we have a full grip of cards. Let's add some enemies. 2, 3, 7, 10. 2, 3, 7, 10. And then the elite number 6 again. To be fair, I've just been using the same standee for that one. Okay, right. So we need to get rid of 2 cards. I'll tell you what, Frenzy Potion though. Mwah. Frenzy Potion could be the winner here. So the cards we're going to discard, we'll get rid of Draining Arrows. Gift of the Prey, maybe? I think we're just going to go straight in. One nearest to the demon should shift over one. Oh, yeah. That's it. I'm looking at the book weirdly from my side. Yeah, that's better. All right. So I think we just try and shockwave these guys and kill 2 imps very quickly. I think that's the plan here. Do-do, 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 do-do. And then we probably get poison and wound up on something else. Bear in mind that I've got, I could get the charge back there, couldn't I? And then I could go bang, bang. Yeah, that could work really well. This could work really well as a pairing. Okay, I think I get rid of, I've got rid of 2 cards already. Okay. So in this round, the Drifter... Do I have the PDF? Makes it much nicer just to do a search for the sections. I don't have the PDF. No, not like near me. To be honest, I've got so many screens going on already. I'm kind of okay to use the book for this. I think the book's easier. If I had like another tablet or something, that could work, but I guess I could get it up on my phone, but I like kind of just having this up. I might actually look in, well, I can't really afford it right now, but I could maybe look into getting a little tablet or something. Like, it would be really useful to just get an old, like, you know, like an old iPad or something. Nothing crazy. I'm sure you can buy them pretty cheap, the older ones nowadays, and they'll still be more than useful for a little bit of tabletop gaming. Alright, I think this is the turn. I think I just want to go straight in on bloodletting. I want to try and get some tokens back. I don't want to quite lose crushing weight yet. I think I can tank a turn, possibly. Yeah, I think so. So we'll go 34 and see how this goes. This could go horribly wrong. Well, it's not amazing. So Deathwalker is moving here, creating dark. That is all they are doing. You might just be able to see her up on the screen, but she's basically just moved onto her teleport. Done. Drifter time. So the plan here is to use breakthrough. So we're going to use our wing shoes. We're going to get airborne. We're going to go. Ooh, we're going to fall on the floor. We go 1, 2, 3. Aha! Surprise! Thought you were safe. Because we are adjacent to at least 2 enemies, move the character token back on something. We'll move back on crushing weight. So now we will do bloodletting on one of them. So attacking for 5. We'll go on number number 10. No, number 7. Why not? So we'll be attacking for 3, 4, 5, and an XP. Four with the shield. 3. That is enough. Boom. Dies. Drops a loot token. Triggers shockwave. Does 2 damage to number 10. Number 10. Paging number 10. 8. 10. Very cool. And then because we killed something, we can put a token back, which we will do on crushing weight. Nice. At the end of Deathwalker's turn, they travel, so they'd be in the room now. Oh wait, never mind. Confuse yourself. Yeah, no. They actually, like, I know, like, in previous turns, we've kind of played it that way because it just was easier. But no, this is like, now that we're kind of going in different times, it's... Technically, we are not there quite yet. So here we go. Here are the forest imps. So first thing that's going to happen is number 2 is going to attack with disadvantage on our drifter. So an attack of 2. Don't use that deck. Two. Then number 3 is going to go boop. And it's going to attack for 2 with disadvantage. This is what I mean, like, this is a little bit scarier, because now, like, the height armor charges have gone. We want to try and hit, like, a plus there. Like, one of them to be a plus and the other one to be a minus. Okay, so that's 1 damage. So now we're drawing completely off the decks. So, we want him to move back this way, because we want this guy to go to here. So then we can shockwave this on the next turn. So... that's going to be a straight up attack. No disadvantages, nothing. Miss. Nice. Strong miss. Okay. Oh no, he's not moving. Okay, well, and we're immobilized. Okay, not good. I think I have a ranged... I mean, I could just use Crude Spear maybe next turn. I could short rest too. That's alright, we got options. We still got options. Not ideal, but we still got options. So we're going to be attacked for 4 here. Got to be a little bit careful. 3 with immobilize. Got to be careful on our drifter now. To be honest, we should have a very strong next round, so kind of okay with that. So next round, Deathwalker appears. Hello. And we bring this with us. Viable Hex is closest to the character, so I guess that's underneath us, which is kind of weird. It says that when tokens and things come through, all their summons and tokens that were removed are placed in viable hexes closest to the character. Well, wouldn't underneath me be the closest? Because I would really like it to be there. I would love it to be there. I think I can make it work regardless. Right, we need to get rid of 2. Okay. Oh, actually, that's a super sweet move. Oh, I got an amazing turn. I got a turn you wouldn't believe, chat. Okay. Yeah, underneath is technically adjacent, but it's more of the point it doesn't say, like, it says viable hex. So obviously this particular token can go underneath players and monsters. Like, not all tokens can, or, you know, like, there's a level of ambiguity in that sense, but I'll put it underneath me. It doesn't actually matter for the purposes of what I want to do. But it's just an interesting thing to think about. So Restless Spirits. We're going to move 1 shadow up to 4 hexes. Boom. Fleeting Dusk. So before we do that though, we'll take our muscle potion, get strong. We'll take our power potion, get stronger. So we are going to be strengthened. And we're gonna have advantage, and we're gonna attack for 4. So let's start with the imps because they're lower initiative. So 3. We'll take 5. $10. We'll take 10. I think it's safe to say that he's dead. And then Earth Demon. Ooh, baby. +1 curse. So 3, 4, 5 and a curse.
Now that's a lot of damage!
5, a curse, and a wound. Nice. Great turn. Outstanding turn. Looks like Earth Demon Poop is back on the menu, boys. Right, I think what I'll do for the Drifter is we'll just use Crude Spear to attack this little fella. And we'll attack him for 2 with the Crushing Weight. Gains his XP to attack him for 4. Gain 1 XP, attack for 4. With the shield 3, exactly 3 on the nose. Correct. And then the other card, we can't move because we're immobilized, but we can heal ourselves for 2. So that's what we'll do. It's become a little bit of a mess here. The amulet tapped. I don't know if the amulet was actually tapped. Suspicious. I don't know if I have used the amulet. I don't think I have. I'll use it now. Not that it really matters. Earth Demon. Let's do some loot stacking. Creative loot stacking. Well, this scenario ended up being a little bit easier than we thought, huh? Kind of still kind of fun though. I think this is a great example of how the difficulty seems to be like a little bit inconsistent. Because, you know, like, I'm playing on... I could have probably played this on +1 and it would have been a bit more challenging and maybe been a bit more of a crunch. Like, we probably wouldn't be killing the imps quite as fast as we're killing them. You know, like, maybe that one extra turn with them on the board hitting us would have been a problem. But we're basically, like, in a single turn eliminating all of them. So... we are short resting, aren't we, here with the Deathwalker first round. So I feel like, you know, it's one of those kind of scenarios that bringing the difficulty down has made it feel maybe a bit too easy for us. But it's very hard to guess if a scenario is going to be difficult for you or not, just by looking at it. Like, I feel like with original Gloomhaven, yes, seeing the entire scenario layout might be like a little bit cheesy or give players maybe a bit too much information. Now, the flip side of that is that you could plan. And I know a lot of players actually really enjoyed that element of the game. A lot of people actually enjoyed playing with uncovered rooms so that you could see, okay, this is going to happen, and then really strategize before you go into a scenario. Like, oh, okay, well, I feel like this kind of, maybe I should bring this card because you can see here that we're going to have to face this number of demons in the next room. Stuff like that. You know, I thought that that was quite... Some players actually really enjoyed that element of Gloomhaven. I know it's not really in the spirit of, you know, like a story role-playing game at all. Like, thematically, it doesn't really make much sense. Except that you could argue, well, you've scouted the dungeon somehow. But I feel like it becomes much more difficult for you to be able to, like, get a general grasp of difficulty of a scenario without that. Because stuff could just change so drastically and so rapidly. Right, the name of the game now is just to get XP, really. A little bit worried that I just immediately kill him with a ×2 from the Deathwalker and leave all this loot. A nice midpoint might be having a count for how many monsters in a scenario maybe. Yeah, maybe. Like, we talked a little bit about maybe like a traffic light style system for difficulty. Green being generally easy, orange being medium, you know, red being hard, but, you know, quite rightly, there's a lot of variables, maybe too many variables to have it as easy as that. But I still feel like that is possible if you just draw a line in the sand and make it very clear to, like, this is how we work it out. So that maybe if it's a green scenario, you could be like, hey guys, this could be a good opportunity for us to get more loot and maybe gain more experience or something. So maybe, well, I guess the other flip side of that though is that the only thing that really increases with difficulty now, this is, I haven't thought about this before, but in Gloomhaven, you wanted to increase the difficulty because you get more gold. The gold multiplier is higher. But in Frosthaven, you are collecting gold, but gold is not also the main kind of resource. You know, there's a lot of other resources that you get. So there isn't actually any massive tangible reward, or at least the rewards are much less for playing on increased difficulty versus in Gloomhaven where, well, they were obvious. You had a loot multiplier that went up. So yeah, play on the harder difficulty because you get loot so much quicker. So if you knew it was an easy scenario, toss the difficulty up because you wanted that. Frosthaven, the lack of much variable reward, or at least a reduced variable reward, does make it much more of an interesting point of why play on increased, what is the incentive for a player to play on increased difficulty apart from trying to challenge themselves, which I am about. I think it's always fun to do that, but there isn't actually an additional, the game is not going to give you some additional reward particularly. I mean, sure, one scenario you might pick up a bunch of gold, so it might end up working out quite well. But other scenarios you might be like this scenario here, right? I don't think I've looted a single coin. Don't think so. Only one card on the Deathwalker? Yeah. So no coins yet. I mean, I might get some coins now, but, you know, I think it's interesting. The reward for increased difficulty has been diminished, which I've always felt like gold in Gloomhaven, it was bad anyway, because gold makes the game easier, and the quicker and more gold that you get, the easier the game will become quicker. So, you know, suddenly if you start playing on increased difficulty, you might be earning quite a bit more, And therefore, you're going to get that item much earlier, or you're going to get that enhancement much earlier that breaks the game and makes it very easy. So, in a way, you kind of had to self-police yourself anyway, because you had so much gold. You kind of, well, I'm not going to go for the real broken ones because it'll just make the game a bit too easy anyway. So, it wasn't perfect in Gloomhaven either. But it's an interesting thing to observe. Sometimes you see a scenario with like demons, and sometimes that means more like one demon in the whole thing. Oh, I see what you mean, like on the monster list. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if we can finish this up. Maybe try and get a couple more XP on the Deathwalker. Definitely pick up all this loot, and then finish this off with a nice, solid win, I think. Drifter. And the Drifter is probably just going to be getting 1 XP, and that's about it, right? I think. Actually, I can get 1 XP more, I think. Probably. That's about it. I might just run around and get some loot, actually. I'm not really focused on doing anything else. It's not worth it, considering that I'm going to be retiring soon. Oh, he's healing. That's maybe a little bit annoying. So we'll move 3 to here. And if we're adjacent to exactly one enemy, we'll move a token back. And then, I mean, I could use Vile Assault here to attack him for 4 and 4. I mean, I'm tempted to get the poison on him so that the heal doesn't go through. I mean, I should be able to get the other loot. Yeah, okay. And then it's just a case of the XP on the Deathwalker, really. We're going to end up with maybe 8 XP. Do I have lingering? Did I get rid of it? Oh, no, I think I did get rid of lingering rot. I did. That's like normally a free 2 XP. Anyway, loot. Too high. See, like now, for example, we're not really seeing the benefit. Maybe Outpost Phase should be reflective of the level difficulty then, like the resource for gold buildings. Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's a change in the inspiration system. Maybe you gain more inspiration by playing on increased difficulty. Like, this is the problem that I have with inspiration at the moment, is that you can use it to get resources that you may need that you don't have. But I have at no point needed to. And I feel like I've done a pretty good job looting, but I don't feel like I've been like the world's best looter. You know, I've done some good things, but I haven't min-maxed every scenario. There's been maybe a handful of scenarios I've managed to mostly min-max it and get pretty much as much as I can out of it. But generally speaking, like on this scenario, I'm going to leave at least 2 pieces of loot on the table. You know, maybe even 1 more than that. So, and I've never really struggled with the events and stuff that I've had. Maybe I've gone a little bit lucky with my events, but the resource push and pull hasn't really felt that bad to me. And using inspiration to do that, I'm like, well, I may as well just save it all for when I retire, right? Because I want to just go, bang, here's 2 quests done. And we have this big, big retirement where so much stuff happens. You know, maybe this is bad because I'm used to doing it in Gloomhaven because it made a lot of sense for me to just finish 2 characters, then start 2 at the same time. I always like that because it means that we can kind of close one party, open another. And it also means that if you guys are watching and you're not maybe that worried about scenario spoilers, but you're more worried about character spoilers, I can be like, we can play a lot of the game with 2 characters that you will have no problem watching. And then maybe after that, we get 2 new ones. But if halfway through I introduce a new one, and then like I've still got this old one, I also like to have the option to choose like, okay, these 2 look pretty synergistic. They look like they could work well together. So let's bring them in as well. So I just always like that. But in Frosthaven, it looks like I'm going to put a boatload of inspiration down. I'm potentially going to unlock like a crazy amount of stuff in that kind of area. Playtesters said that using inspiration as a wild resource is mostly there for 4-player groups. Yeah, I mean, I've never felt the need to use it. Never ever felt the need to use it. So, I mean, there might be a one-off time that happens. I just don't see it. Okay, we're going to attack for 4 and gain an XP. And we will use Vile Assault to get poison up on him. 3. This one. So that's going to be 5 plus poison. Poison. And then I don't think I will do the rest of that card because I want to give my Deathwalker an opportunity to get an attack in. So I'm going to use Dominate to attack for 6 and an XP. With Strengthen, this could go either way. So 7 with the poison, 8. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, well, no more XP, I guess. But at least we can go get loot at our own pace. Please don't take my poop. No. That goes away. And then I think I was just going to place another token, I think. Yeah. Use the bottom of Call to the Abyss to just place the token. Just so that we can get another XP and at least end with like 8 XP at the end of a scenario. Like I said, this is about the average range I found for this character on a shorter or scenario where we can't quite play to our full strengths. So next round is really just, hey, let's get some loot, shall we? Nice and simple. To be honest, I've got so many cards. This is not really a problem for us now. Do whatever we want. Doesn't really matter about the ordering or anything either at all. Could I go back and get those 2 loot? I don't think so. I think it would be too much work to go back to the first room. Plus, to be honest, it's it's been nice to actually play a scenario that we've completed in a good time today. You know, considering that most of the scenarios we've been playing up to this point have been a bit of a slog, like the last couple, or we failed. So it's really nice to kind of get a nice, comfortable win under our belt and feel good about ourselves again. Okay, so Deathwalker first. We're just going to remove this to gain an XP. And then we will move 2. We'll go and get this loot here. And I think we've managed to get more loot on the Drifter still. Coin! Might be able to get a little bit more XP again. Go grab that. No more loot, no more XP for the Drifter, unfortunately. It's a coin. I guess the other thing is I could try and get myself down to 3 or fewer cards for Zealot at this point in time. Like, I've got time to just got like short rest, burn cards to try and do that. So I can like game this out so that I can get my battle goal done, which I guess I should do here. Loot deck is mare anyway. It's already got the good herb. Yeah, it's true. I mean, if we can get the axe nut, there's 2 axe nuts still in there. I'll take that. I'll take an axe nut. Need to... what I really need is I need snow thistle again. I ran out of snow thistle and I really need some because I want to remake the stamina potion. Herbs are always hard to come by. Yeah, they always seem to be like in the more limited ones in the decks. Usually lumber seems to be the most of the time. But that could just be the locations we've been. But lumber seems to be pretty prevalent. Gold seems to be the most. Quite often. And then lumber, I would say. Then the other 2. But again, I think maybe the lumber thing might just be because of the scenarios we've been doing. Like, obviously, we're in a forest here, so thematically makes a lot of sense. But there's a lot of gold in this one too. There's 8 gold, 5 lumber, 4 hide. The hide makes a little bit less sense considering that we're not really fighting anything. I mean, I guess you could skin a rending drake. Maybe. Time to not use the stamina pot to remember draw. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we got 4. So I just need to I just need to draw this out. I'll just long rest on the... Let's just say that I can do this. It's just a little bit cheesy, but I can absolutely do this. Just make a token. Do nothing with the other card. Drift along rests. Gets rid of this. Brings that back. Refreshes these, but it doesn't matter. So Drifter's got 3 cards. So now I short rest. We can do it this turn. Short rest. Burn whatever. Now we have 3 cards in our hand. No cards in our discard. We can use Ritual Sacrifice to gain 1 more XP. And then we can loot the final cards with the Drifter. So, doesn't matter. Whatever, blah, 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 blah. 69, nice. So yeah, we will do this. We'll remove this to gain 1 more XP. Boop. And then Drifter goes and collects the poop. Chief Poop Collector.
Nice.
Boom. So we get loot and we get our poop. So what loot do we get? Axenar! Yay! There you go. That's pretty good for the loot in terms of what we drew. We only drew like coins 3. This deck. Oh, look at that. Stacked. Look at how many coins. To be fair, I guess we got a pretty average draw out of it. Where we drew the only 1 coins. Kind of sucks. Okay. Success, everybody. We did it. Hooray! 27.3.
Carrying a case laden with soil samples from all about the forest, you trek back to Laceratus's humble abode and sit to enjoy one more cup of tea as it sets about examining the samples. Using an array of magnifying glasses, Laceratus peers down at the soil, picking at it with tweezers, muttering and scribbling notes. Not even breaking from its work, Laceratus breaks the silence.
This is going to take longer than I thought. I'll send for you when I have an answer.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh to what we get. Boo to what we get in the calendar. Boo. Big boo. Giant boo. What the frick? Okay. Let's go to, where was it? 120, 27.3. Whoop. Uh-oh. What's happened to this page? Okay. Conclusion. Gain 1 arrow vine, 1 axe nut, and 1 flame fruit. I mean, that's pretty nice. Very good for getting, like, I mean, we got a bunch of stuff now. That actually feels really good. Okay, 1 of those. 1 of those. 1 of those. Okay. Get my inspiration, 24. Here it is, chat. Add 15.4 to the calendar in 3 weeks. So what does that mean? That means that when we go back, we will mark off 1. So that means we're going to have 1, 2, so we're going to have, mark off that, so we're going to have 1, mark that off, 2, mark off 3. So that does mean that it's three scenarios. 3 scenarios until we can do this scenario that then will hopefully be the retirement. So that means that minimum 4 scenarios until we actually get to retire. Do I think? Well, if you think about like the way that we cross off the one that we have coming up, right? So let me get my sheet out. We'll get the sheet out now anyway. We need to do an outpost phase now anyway. Where's my campaign sheet? There we go. So, where's my pencil? So it's 1, 2, 3. So we would do, so we mark this off. We do 1 more scenario, mark this off. Do 1 more scenario, mark this off. Do 1 more scenario, mark this off. So it's 3 scenarios until we can actually do it, which then means that it's going to be, then we do that scenario, which would be 4. So if you're looking at like how long we are away, it's actually 4 because we have to include the scenario we have to beat as well. So in terms of actual scenarios that we need to complete, from now on, it's going to be 4, right? And can I keep the Drifter on the roster until the calendar event is ready and create a new character? The Drifter can join the party again when the retirement scenario is ready. Yeah, I mean, we could do. We could do. I mean, like, again, like, I just... Maybe this is me being stubborn about it, but I generally just... I enjoyed that flow in Gloomhaven, and I kind of like to try and preserve it here. You know, I think that was what a lot of people like to do, like, play one character. And just because there are more characters unlocked now, I don't think that necessarily really makes me feel like I really want to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm playing these characters, and I don't really feel like... like creating another character just so that I can play a new character while I wait to then do the retirement to do that. It's just, maybe it's me being stubborn. It's just not the way that I played Gloomhaven and not the way that I would play play my characters, really. Isn't it free from the current X now? Then we return, we would add an X, so it would be 2 weeks away. Yeah, but you remember that you do an Outpost Phase after you've completed a scenario, right? So if we, so we haven't done this yet. Where is it? 50, what was the number? 15.4, right? So 1, 2, 3, 15.4. So we're going to cross this off. Go do a scenario. So that's going to be 1 scenario, 2 scenarios, 3 scenarios. Then we cross it off. So the earliest we can actually do 15.4 or the next scenario is going to be here. So whatever scenario this unlocks, the earliest we could actually do that is here. So in terms of scenarios, that's gone. So we're going to be 1, 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So if you count it this way, we have to do 1 more here. Because, like, remember that, like, this isn't like, oh, we're kind of like, we're doing this retroactively. You know, scenario is kind of like back 1. That makes sense? So we cross this off now. Then we have to perform a scenario, or do a scenario, right? Then we come back, cross one off, cross one off. Then we go out, do another scenario. That's 2. Then we come back, cross. Oh, no, so you're right. We could do it in 3. Sorry, yeah, I've confused myself. You're right. It's 3, because we would do it after we cross this off. So we would do it next here. Yeah. Sorry, I thought, for some reason, I thought like I pushed it to this side, but no, you're right. So it would be here. So we would do it here, which would be the next scenario after we do this. So it's 3. But we have to complete, but remember, we have to complete that scenario to retire. So it's not like, oh, great, we retire after 3. It's, you know, it's technically, we can do it in 3 scenarios, in 3 scenarios time, but we have to win it. Yeah. Like, it's, yeah. It's, either way, it's too many. Yeah, cross this off now. Then we do 1 here, cross this off, 2 here, cross this off. Do this is the 3rd, right? 4 total to retire. Plot twist, scenario 70 has another prerequisite that you don't have yet. So I know that the objective here is they wanted it to be 15 scenarios, right? 15 scenarios is the rough goal. This is probably still within a reasonable amount of time, right? Bearing in mind that there's some links here. I can't remember how many link scenarios we've done. I think we've probably done maybe 2. So we've probably skipped 2 outpost phases, maybe. Maybe 3. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're about right. 15, you know, it is actually about right, like in terms of the retirement. If I hadn't been blocked on the campaign sticker, it would have been well before 15. Yeah, I think so. But the problem is that the big problem with the Into the Forest one is that you don't really have a clear indication of like how you get the Into the Forest. I mean, you could maybe, you know, make that leap of, okay, it's probably the forest area of the board. But it's not, you know, inherently clear. With knowledge, you could complete this one in 8 scenarios, this personal quest, yeah. It's actually not that bad. It's just a bit frustrating that when you're kind of, I think it's always frustrating when you know, there are like, the game kind of keeps adding delays to it. Like it's a feels bad moment, more so than it is like maybe necessarily an unreasonable amount of time. Like I think like we've, you know, I've been annoyed by it, but I've been more annoyed really thinking about it more in depth. I've been more annoyed that I keep kind of getting just like delayed by the game. And like, oh yeah, no, there's another step. No, now there's another step. Now there's another step, you know, like there's a wait. Now there's another wait. Now you need to make sure that you get the sticker. Now that you got the sticker, you can go back and do that scenario. Okay, do the scenario. Okay, great. Now there's another wait. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like it's taking away player like agency, kind of a little bit artificial. I would have been much more of a fan if it was like, hey, it's gonna be 15 scenarios and you know, you do this, 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 and this, and this, and you just kind of keep going. And you had visibility of how many scenarios it was and how long it was going to take right from the get-go. You had like a relatively good way of being able to see what that was going to be. And I know that's maybe quite hard to do if they want to keep some mystery in the game, but like I felt like the problem doesn't necessarily come from how long the personal quest is. It's more so to do with, you know, players think that they're getting close, and then it's like, oh, now you need to do something more. Especially if you've come from Gloomhaven and you have, you know, like when you get a personal quest like that, you're thinking, great, I quite like those personal quests. And you know roughly how long they are from that. You know, you've already got it in your mind what you think and the length of time that personal quest should probably be. And when it was like, hey, do 8 lumber and do this, I was like, oh, this is so easy on the Drifter. Like we're like the loot machine. This will be great. But actually, it's probably turned out to be a pretty average length personal quest, regardless of what character I put it on. I could have put it on the Deathwalker, and at this point in time, I mean, I might be a little bit further behind because of my looting, but I would have just prioritized more loot on the Deathwalker. So it's, you know what I mean? Like it felt like a personal quest that would have been great on the Drifter, or was great on the Drifter, but now it actually feels like, yeah, it's pretty standard. Like anybody could really do it. You guess this wait 3 weeks is to slow the beat. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf, you know, posted in Discord, I think yesterday about it. You know, like he caught up on the VOD from last time, and you know, he said, yeah, it's a pacing thing. It's a pacing thing. We don't want people, you know, storming off and retiring really quickly. We want people there to be a bit of a wait and to really pace that out. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it, with them wanting to pace out, especially if we unlock something really cool when we retire. Something really new and cool, and you don't want players to necessarily get that too early, and then that makes the game much easier for them, or, you know, reduces the rewards. But you know, you just kind of get that feeling like, well, could we not have been? Could it not have been a little bit more forthcoming? You know, like for example, the ending text for this conclusion is not very long, right? Like, it's short. It's like, boom, here you go. And the guy's just like, oh, by the way, this is going to take longer than I thought. I will send for you when I have an answer. It's like, okay. You know, it's, you know, it doesn't feel like a super like good resolution to where we are. But anyway, let's move on from that. We've talked about this at length. I think in general we all have similar thoughts on this topic. And most people probably played the personal quest wrong anyway, so you know. I think what they could have done is maybe reduce the amount of unlockable characters, maybe. That could have been a way of doing it. Because the thing is that you give people so many unlockable characters so early on, which I know serves a purpose for like when you're playing 4-player, to give everybody options to be able to play a new character. And it is kind of neat, especially if you don't really like many of the starters. I think that is quite a unique and interesting thing. But, you know, the flip side of that is that then players immediately want to retire. And now it's like, oh no, but you still got to wait all this time to retire. Yes, you could just swap into that character if you want. But I don't know. I don't know how many people actually do that. Maybe, again, maybe it's me being stubborn. Maybe it's me just being stubborn and not being willing to just, you know, go with the flow. At least now inspiration can catch up to 30, you know. I don't know how much inspiration we actually are shooting for here. I'm just trusting that we get to the right kind of amount at the right time. Okay. No stickers as well. This is going to be a very short outpost phase, huh? Got like literally nothing to report. Just need 15 for each retirement. So, yeah, well, we should then, right? We win a couple more. We're on 24 at the moment on our inspiration. Ooh, we leveled up too. Ooh, we leveled up. It's gonna make the solo scenarios a little bit harder or the same? Same. Exactly 275. Do I use any inspiration for wild resources? No. No. To be honest, I completely forgot that you even could, because as soon as I started playing, I just earmarked them for retirement and was like, I'm never spending these on anything other than a retirement, because that's what I'm going to need to be able to, you know, progress my game at the right kind of speed. That was like not locked. fair, that would probably work with Scrappy. I never even thought about doing that. Oh, look at that. Oh, we got a check mark, right? Bye. I'm probably just gonna give. I just generally give these directly to the Frosthaven supply. So 1 axe nut and 1 flame for it. Do I have a little bit more gold, or did I get that right? 54. Yeah. I think we've done that, right? I might have missed 1 or 2. Reniki, I might have missed 1 or 2. I don't know for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if I've missed a little bit here or there. Like I said, I think I've probably done somewhere in the region of 17 scenarios. I mean, we can check here, right? And if you say that I get 2 every time, well, that says I've only done 12. That can't be right. 12 times 2 would be 24. Maybe that's right. There you go. Maybe we're good. What was this? Scenario 8. I was just checking if like done scenario 8 or not. I'm pretty sure we've done scenario 8. Scenario 8. Yeah, that's the hound one, right? Where they're chasing us? Yeah, it is, yeah. Cool. So we don't have this technically unlocked yet, so we just have to leave it there for now. You guys can't see it. Boop. There you go. I mean, we do have some side scenarios we could go and do, you know? We got side scenarios. Yeah, 12 scenarios could be right. Yeah, I think I'm on to like episode... I think I'm on to about episode 16 on the YouTube right now. This might be like episode 16. And considering that I think I've replayed 3 scenarios. But one of them I did in one single episode. So... like I replayed it twice in a single episode, so. Yeah, looking good. Cool. Well, I guess now we've got to go do our outpost phase anyway, huh? So first things first, anyway, we'll do it here. But we'll also go across to here. We'll do it. Turn the scripts off. Mm-hmm. 131.1. Do. I can't remember why we added this. Oh, this was the investment one, right? Oh no, this is the fun one. Isn't this the one that we invested in Zane's crazy polar bear scheme? All right, what do we think? Gonna get money? Zane, don't let us down now. So for those of you who weren't here, in the last Outpost event, Zane, one of the charismatic regulars, asked us for some investment in his polar bear. What's he doing? He was giving polar bear meat to lurkers for them to eat, and in return they were giving him trinkets from the ocean. So we invested in his business venture, and we invested a lot of gold here. I think we invested 25 gold. We invested the max amount of gold we possibly could. This could come back to bite us. Right, here we go.
When the third day passes without Zane turning up at the crater with your investment proceeds, you know you've got a problem.
Oh,
You finally
scammers.
corner him at his home by the docks.
Oh, right. I am so glad that you came by. I've been looking everywhere for you guys.
He wipes his brow nervously.
A little bit of a mix-up with the polar bear meat. It turns out lurkers really into it, but not as into paying with things of traditional value.
He hands you an ill-looking flask.
Good news is you're now the proud owner of that. They assured me it's super healthy.
Actually scammed? Completely scammed. We got an unhealthy mixture out of that whole deal. 25 gold. And we got an unhealthy mixture. That is completely scammed. What? I'm gonna have to check that in the. I'm checking that in the actual book. I'm hoping the foreteller has made a grave error. 131.1. Actually gain unhealthy mixture. I mean, I guess I can distill it to be whatever I want. Ugh. Scammed. At least I can distill it into snow thistle, yeah. I cannot believe that. I would thought we'd get something relatively decent out of it, but even I thought like there was two options, right? We could choose one or two things to add to the calendar. So maybe the other thing was something really cool, but I mean, I guess. Bargain. Ugh. Can't win them all? I guess not. Zane. Well, at least on my second playthrough, I'll know not to do that. I mean, unless, of course, you really want two hubs. I mean, I guess, in a way, you could... If you'd unlocked the flame fruit combination of both of them together, you can basically just get a flame fruit. Flame fruit for 25 gold. That's okay, I guess, but you would have had to have had 2 flame fruit to begin with to unlock that combination to know that that's what you could get. So, yeah, a little bit weird. Okay, so Outpost event now, though. Fun. Thanks, Zane. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay. Winter Outpost 12. It's a gamble event? Yeah, it's a gamble event, but I would have thought that, like, I thought, like, there's going to be, like, levels here. Like, one's going to be, like, yeah, you get something really cool. And then there'd be one where it's like, yeah, you don't get something quite as good, but we're not going to, like, scam players out of 25 gold. Oh, I was wrong. I get, like I said, like, unhealthy mixture actually does have some value. So it's not like the end of the world, but do still feel like pretty scammed. Like, is there not an option to, like, you know, feed Zane to the fishes? Can we feed him to the lurkers? Oh, I mean, if we're doing like money lending here. Okay, Winter Outpost event number 12.
The favored punishment for White Oak guards is to send their laziest for a year-long rotation at Frosthaven. The harsh environment quickly reinforces survival instincts, and the lesson lasts a lifetime. It's a good system. Frosthaven gets highly trained, capable guards, and the capital gets battle-hardened soldiers when they return. If they return. The numbers haven't been great lately. On slim occasion, the guards' ranks are supplemented through a different path. Not just punishment from the capital or mercenaries earning some quick gold, but a Frosthaven-raised teen now old enough to join in the thick of winter. This young man, Lance, is beaming from ear to ear as Sapper inducts him into the guard. His mother looks on proudly from the assembled audience. There is an uneasiness in knowing his likely fate come the next attack, but in this moment, you can't help but feel happiness for him. Option A. Offer him some gold so he can buy better equipment. Option B. You have exactly what this kid is going to need. Offer him a piece of your own equipment.
Hey kid, do you need an unhealthy mixture? I mean, it's great. Like, it's actually great. You could use it for so many things. Like, it's like the highest quality. Oh no. Well, the poll's up, chat. Option A, buy him something. Option B, give him something. I mean, I might have something I can give him. Might have something of use. Do you? Oh, come on. You guys can't go 50-50 on this. The result cannot be 50-50. Well, I'm overruling. I get the deciding vote. I'm going to say option B. I want to give him the unhealthy mixture. Of course I want to give him the unhealthy mixture. Here. Take this. Option B.
You approach Lance and congratulate him on his induction. You didn't think his grin could get any bigger, but when you offer him a piece of your battle-hardened equipment, his smile shines brighter than a sun demon. He stammers out a thanks and promises to defend the outpost with everything he's got.
Oh, this is great. We gain 2 morale. Actually legit. Gain 1 soldier. Lose 1 collective item, returning it to the available supply. Hey, kids. Right from Zane. We could change it to something else. To be honest, I might just give him the Death-Proof Charm instead. I might give him the Death-Proof Charm, actually, because Unhealthy Mixture we can distill into something that's actually useful. But to be honest, just chucking him this Death-Proof Charm that's just been hanging out. You know, my Death Auger's never used it, and it's only worth 4 gold, so it's not worth anything. Here you go, Death-Proof Charm. Now you absolutely will not die. There's no excuses to dying in the next attack on Frosthaven. No excuses. As cool as it would have been to give the Unhealthy Mixture, we got to min-max that. Maybe he would like a Dead Raven. I think we're hanging on to the Dead Raven. We might try and get the Feathered Cloak at some point. I don't know. I guess it would go to the available supply, but unfortunately it's money, so it would go to the available purchasable supply, which isn't really great for us. Right, let me increase our morale. I mean, that's a good morale boost, though. We're actually nearly in the plus 15 band. We're at 13 morale right now. 1 more morale, and we will be in the plus 15 defense. How about that? And we would actually be if I didn't do that double build. Here, dude, have a dead bird. I mean, it'll help him in combat, right? Hopefully. My mic has been really awkward today. I don't feel like it's been... There you go. It's like folded in on itself. Testing, 1, 2. Okay. I feel like that's all good. So that's the Outpost event done. Nice and simple. Building operations. We will continue to just stockpile. So we will buy wood. We will buy hide, and we will buy metal, and nothing else does anything for us right now. Haven't had an attack in winter yet, but I'm sure we'll make up for that soon. So what do I need? 2 gold from... I need 6 gold in total. Drifter, classic. Our rich drifter friend. This mic's been a bit awkward today. It keeps like folding in on my thing. I hope the mic's been good today. I haven't checked the recording, but it feels like it's been misplaced a little bit on this top. Seems fine. Okay, well that's good. If you guys haven't been hearing the difference, it's fine. Just I noticed that it's a little bit like misplaced. Okay. All right, well, that's all of that. Then we go to downtime. Now, I guess we could do some herbs. We could do some herb stuff. Okay, we don't really need to craft anything because we kind of did all of our crafting last time. We're quite happy with our crafting. Where is my alchemy table? Alchemy table. I think what we might do is we might do some solo scenarios in the next scenario or so. I feel like what might be a really good idea for the next couple of scenarios is just to do... We'll treat 2 solos as a passage of time. So if we do 2 solos, we'll go back. Because we'll basically like... Well, you know, thematically we'll sell it. You know, the characters have both kind of gone off on their own adventures for that 1 week and then met back. Put that flame fruit to use, yeah. So let's have a look. So, I mean, we can do a bunch of stuff here. We've got everything really, apart from rockroot and snowthistle. So we don't have this, and we don't have this. So I could do flame fruit, corpse cap. Oh wait, no, sorry. I don't have any corpse caps anymore. Shoot. I used them, didn't I, last time? Okay, well then I guess we're doing Arrowvine. I guess we're doing flame fruit Arrowvine. Element potion! Ooh. Interesting that it's not called a mana potion. We can make loads of muscle potions here, though. Get very strong. So that's number 86. I'm going to presume that this is exactly what we think it is. A mana potion functionally, but with a different name. Yes. I wonder if it's because mana potion was a bit ambiguous. Now called an element potion, but it is essentially a minor mana potion. They got changed. Mana is a Pacific Islander term that's been co-opted to mean generic magic. Interesting. Did not know that. I would also just argue that I felt like mana was probably the wrong term for it anyway, in terms of like what, you know, gamers might attribute mana to be. Like, I think, you know, in game terms, I don't think it was a great name for it anyway. So we get one of these. I don't think either of these characters really need it. I guess we could distill it. To get the flame fruit back? Sure. Distill it, get the flame fruit back. Or do I get the Arrowvine back? I mean, I don't really care. I can do so many, so many muscle potions. I think we'll try and get... Yeah, we'll distill it back and I'll probably do like double flame fruit. So we'll get that'll go back. We don't want those. We'll get flame fruit. Now we'll do double flame fruit. Just so that we can get the unhealthy, like you need to unlock the unhealthy mixtures, right? So now we know it's unhealthy mixture. So now I could basically... We could also, so I will distill that down. So I've still got 1 flame fruit. Then we will do axe nut, which will give us the unhealthy mixture for that. So that means that then we could maybe distill that into something else. We could distill that into rock to then do flame fruit rock or snow thistle. Sure. What do we think, chat? Rock or snow thistle for the flame fruit? What do we think? This is next level alchemy here. We're going for it.
Wow.
Do we think we go for rock root or snow thistle? Snow because it's the opposite of flame. Oh, all right. Okay. Uh-oh. One of them won. Flame Vial, 96. Ooh. During your turn, perform a wound range 1 action. Not a bad little item. I think like this kind of thing I think is, you know, pretty playable on certain enemy types. Whether or not I want to keep this on somebody now though, I don't know. I guess at this point in time, I've managed to basically use all of my herbs apart from 1 axe nut. What I could do is I could distill down the stone skin potion now. Oh, I could. And then I could get the final... Oh, I could do that. Oh, that'd be so good. All right, I think we distill that down to get the flame fruit back. Because I don't think I have a player who really wants that. So we have 1 flame fruit right now and 1 axe nut. But then if I distill the stone skin potion down, we then have a corpse cap. Which now means we can do this one. Holy water. And then we are pretty much done. Although I have 1 more unhealthy mixture, I think. But I don't think it's going to be much use. Was it 91? Ooh. During your turn, bless self. Again, like, maybe a more marginal item, but not bad. No, the poison one was... Poison vial was corpse cap, snow thistle. So yeah, all of the vials were on snow thistle plus something. So snow thistle plus anything else is vial. Axe nuts. Seems to be to do with attacks, I guess. Yeah, most of them are like to do with like doing damage, taking damage. Interesting. So we could... I think we got one more unhealthy mixture to distill, right? So we could get a flame fruit and we could get a rock and then we're like pretty much done. Because we have one more unhealthy mixture left. So I don't think I distilled before. Let's do it. And then we've done it. Axe nut is like strength. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. So let's do it. So then this will be it. We'll have to stick with whatever we have here. Whatever this may be, we have to stick. But we managed to do everything. Wrote it before I said it. Yeah. Great minds think alike. Fire shield potion. Ooh. Yeah, rock is like protective, right? Rock is like defensive. Number 88. It is pretty crazy how quickly you can kind of do this by distilling and... During your turn, perform Retaliate 1, range 3. Okay. Just a bit of free damage. I mean, this could be very good. If you play it on a certain round, you're playing maybe 4-player, and maybe you have some shield or some other defensive stuff going on. This could be very strong. Could be really good. Probably not for me at 2-player, but I feel like certainly could be something. So that will go over here to... I guess I'll give that to my drifter. The only problem that happened now is I actually ended up not using a potion. So now I'm down to only 2 potions on my Deathwalker, so... oh well. It's all good. Alright, so now the only thing we need to do is we need to do the unhealthy mixture on the double corpse cap and the unhealthy mixture on the double arrowvine. Can't wait for the 3 herb potions. Yeah, hopefully not too long until we can get Alchemist level 3 and then we're away. This one's got to be like pretty damn good. It's got everything. There's only one of them, and it's like got the 3 kind of rare resources in it. That's got to be pretty damn good. I have to wonder if there's going to be some level of, do we go down to having like no potions? Because actually it's better for us to just have 1 really good potion than it is maybe to have like 2 or 3 smaller potions. You'd think probably not. It'd be better to hedge your bets with a couple of different potions, but don't know how strong these are. If they're strong enough. Can the Deathwalker use Raven? Yes, could use Raven now. Yeah, you're right. Could use Raven. That's a small item, right? For some reason, I felt like they were carrying it around in their hand. But they're not. Feels like, oh, you pull it out of your pocket. Here, dead Raven. Dead Raven. But it feels like it's the kind of thing that you'd be unadvised to keep in your pockets. Hey, enthusiasts, just showed up. Did we win tonight? We did win tonight, yes. All right, well, in fact, that is it. That is, I think that's everything we needed to do. We're not going to craft anything. We've done everything else we need to do. We've got nothing we can build in the construction phase, unfortunately, at the moment. We're just sort of prosperity blocked. So until we can get ourselves some more prosperity or find a new building or something to unlock. Oh, level up time. You're right, we leveled up. I completely forgot. I just wasn't expecting it. Let's quickly do that. So, what are we, level 6? Very quick look at these. Okay. So, Deathwalker, we have the Night Takes Shape and Vengeful Storm. So, the Night Takes Shape, summon Shadow Horror. Summon 5 health, 3 move, 3 attack. This ability can only be performed if you remove 2 shadows from adjacent hexes. All attacks targeting your summons gain disadvantage. 2 XP, and it's a multi-use guy. So it's like a super powerful summon. 2 XP every time you do it. It's... For sure, it's like a very aggressive stat line. Also, technically medium. Yeah, we could maybe go back for medium if these aren't so good. Very, very aggressive stat line. Replayable. But 2 summons, 2 shadows is quite a lot to give up. Like, that's a pretty big investment. It means that we're not going to be able to play it like the other summon we could play turn 1. This, we would not be able to play turn 1. We would need to find, I mean, unless we had an item or something else to make it work. So, nah, not so good. Disadvantage on the summons, not bad. Could mean that this stays alive for a little bit longer. I don't know. Like, I think, like, on the face of it, it's a very aggressive stat line and a very good stat line. But let's say, you know, we're quite high level now. We quite regularly get attacked for like 4, 5, 6. You know, what happens if this gets hit and they go, the enemy gets +1/+1 or ×2 +1? You know, they still get a positive flip. This still dies, and it's died maybe by doing an attack 3 and you've lost 2 shadows. I mean, each shadow to you could be worth an additional 3 points of damage or 4 points of damage. So I feel like this is risky, but ultimately, if you could keep this going, it would definitely be worth it. But it's, for me, it's maybe a bit risky, and you would have to spend multiple turns kind of getting it going and getting it out. Tough. Yeah, many attacks would just kill it outright, and you've done 2 shadows. Yeah, it feels like the kind of thing that could blow you out. Like, I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to really open themselves up to, you know, being blown out by enemy turns. And this is the kind of like all-in style card where I'm sure that if you manage to protect it, it will be incredible. But if you have a bad round, you play it, the enemies move in, get you, and it dies, you're going to feel really miserable because you've basically sunk your entire rest cycle's worth of resources into this, or most of them at least. So it feels like, yeah, maybe a bit too much of an investment for what it is. 94 initiative, obviously very good for very, very late if you want to. Move 1 shadow up to 3 hexes to an unoccupied hex. Teleport to the hex with the move shadow, then remove the shadow and gain 1 XP. Attack 3. Now that is nice. It gives you some free movement. It gives you a nice extra attack. Works well with the muscle potion, which we're already using. Removing the shadow is a little bit annoying, because it means that you're not going to be able to combo with some of your other cards as much. Like, this is the kind of thing where you want almost more than 1 shadow on the board, and you want to move this, do that, and then maybe use like Fluid Night top or something to use the other shadow. Like, this is a good example, right? Let's say you use the bottom of this plus a top that consumed a shadow in its usage, right? Like we used our... Where are you? Dominate, right? Let's say this was our turn. Let me just unplug that a sec so it doesn't get in the way. So let's say that this was our turn, right? Potentially here, we've done an attack of 6 with an additional 3. That's 9. So we've done an attack 9 for the cost of 2 shadows, versus maybe this summon it would take 3 rounds to get to 9 of just pure attack values. Yeah, it's going to draw 1 extra modifier, but we'll just negate that for now because that's obviously an unknown factor. So you can see here, the only added benefit is this gains you 2 XP and you'd only get 1 from this and this. Oh, actually, no, sorry, you get 2 from this. This give you 1, this give you 1. So in theory, you can also just use this as a straight up move, just to move a shadow 3 and then just don't do the rest of it. Also completely possible. So yeah, I felt like the bottom's looking quite good. The top of this, Vengeful Storm's the other card. Do I think leveling up takes a bit longer in Frosthaven? It's taken me less time, I think. Maybe I think leveling up is really just comes down to, are you playing a character who has 2 very clearly defined builds and you are playing one of those? You're not playing some weird hybrid homebrew brew. You're kind of sticking to the kind of the build path. Then there'll probably be one card that speaks to you and you're like, yeah, that's the card. So I think it'd be very short. If you're playing a character that maybe is a little bit more higgledy-piggledy, or the way you like to play it, then yeah, then it may take a little bit longer. But I don't think the level up process takes any longer than Gloomhaven. So Vengeful Storm, attack 3 at range 4. Remove any number of shadows within range 3 of yourself. For each shadow removed, plus 1 target and 1 XP. Now that's pretty good. There's been numerous times when I've wanted to attack something and I've had shadows near me and I haven't had shadows near the target. And I'm like, how do I convert this? Extra targets are quite nice. If I was playing 4-player, I think extra targets would be really, really nice. 2-player extra targets, not so good. As you've seen in that particular one, as long as I can get 1, maybe attack 3, attacking 3 things, that's the value that we have. So I feel like this is very good at certain player counts. And in combination with power potions and muscle potion, all of that stuff. 18 initiative. Very good, early initiative. You've got wound, stun, target all at range 1. Perform this ability as if you were occupying a hex with a shadow. Oh boy. Oh boy. So there's the first bit of well, I don't know, we've had premium control, but I think that's the first time I've seen stun on a character card. Since I've been playing this playthrough. I know there are characters with stun, but yeah, stun is huge. Stun is huge. The interesting dilemma with this though, they've been very clever with where they've put it on this card. If this was a top ability, it would slam dunk probably be worth it. However, putting it on the bottom is fairly important because all of our really good cards that allow us to place hexes in the same turn are on the bottom. So what this means is that we would have to have the shadow already in a very good position. We couldn't go, oh, move that shadow, then do it. We don't have any top shadow moves. We don't have any top shadow placements. So that means that the shadow would have to be in the right place. So what we would have to probably do is go super late. So ironically, the bottom of this would be fantastic at setting this up because you could go, right, let's go really late, 94. Let's move a shadow into the right place. Then on the next turn, boom, early initiative, stun, wound everything. There you go. But it's not a one-turn solution. We were saying medium. I might check medium as well. Just turn the card 180 degrees, if only. Medium is actually excellent as well, as in terms of going back for the other level 5. I feel like you got a genuinely difficult choice here. I don't know which one of these two to go for right now. What is medium again? So medium is an attack 3 on the top with consume dark to get +2. It's just a melee attack. If we kill an enemy, then we can create a shadow. The bottom is at the start of each of your turns, move 1 shadow up to 3 hexes and is a persistent effect. So medium is definitely for the build that wants to have the shadows out but not consume them. So it would be good with Vengeful Storm to set up. Yeah, if we had it, which we don't. We went for the card that had the word disarm on it, funnily enough. Which is, to be honest, we haven't even really used it that much. I think the thing is that the bottom of this card would be a straight upgrade to like my other summon. Like my other summon is fine, but I'm not playing it hugely. So maybe this could be a great upgrade to that. Like, the thing is that this is clearly, like, designed more for the kind of, the Call to the Abyss build, which is what I wanted to play. But I've ended up kind of more so playing Eclipse because it's just been easier. The variance is lower. The thing with this as well, with the wound, it pretty much guarantees 2 damage as well. So imagine being able to stun and wound 3 things, doing 2 damage to each of them as well. Pure damage to them. Like, think of how good this card is against certain enemy types. Now, the thing is that we're quite good ourselves already. Like, as Shockwave showed in that scenario. Things with shield? Nah. That's okay. We can kind of handle it. I guess the thing I've got to ask myself is, am I missing more top attacks? Or am I missing more bottom actions right now? Like, what am I prioritizing right now in my character? Like, what am I missing? And I think, honestly, I'm probably missing more bottom actions than I am top. Like, quite often I'll be like, oh yeah, I've got a really good top action. But I've got no real way of making this work with a bottom action. So I think I might take the Night Takes Shape. It also gives me an insane amount of burst. You know, in theory, if I'm against a boss, I mean, the Night Takes Shape is like just the no-brainer against a boss, right? Like, yeah, I'm gonna attack for 3, use Muscle Potion. I only have 2-3 scenarios to regret my decision anyways. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I feel like I've got so many great top attacks already. Ah, no, I'll take a Vengeful Storm. Fuck it. Ah! I can't resist a card with stun written on it. I'm a simple man. Drifter. I'd have to figure out what cards to change over. For Drifter, we have Accurate Strikes and we have Consume Stamina. So Accurate Strikes is on your next 6 attacks, targeting enemies with shield at PS3. Very situational. Very, very situational. But, you know, again, certain enemies, that's going to be so good. The bottom of this is 56 initiative, terrible. The bottom is move to gain advantage on all of your attacks this round. All of your attacks. I mean, the thing that I've noticed with the Drifter, though, is our deck is pretty stacked. And I have never really felt like much in danger with it. I've never really felt like, oh, we need advantage. I've always felt that the Drifter, apart from the occasional miss, generally seems to do okay. It's never felt like, oh, this character really needs advantage on all of their attacks. You know, bearing in mind that we've only got 1 or 2 attacks that actually really would take great use of this anyway, you know, to give us advantage on more than 1 flip. So I don't think this is that great. The other card is Consume Stamina, attack 2, range 4, heal, range 4, where X is the amount of damage suffered by targets of the attack ability. Again, it's a ranged attack, doesn't really fit into our build. Gives us a heal maybe, but that's about it. 21, that's much more attractive. Move 2, retaliate 2. Whenever an adjacent enemy dies this round, move the character token on one of your persistent abilities backwards 1 slot. That's kind of interesting. Because it also doesn't say if you kill them or they die from the retaliate. So presumably if we go before the Deathwalker, we put this up, then the Deathwalker just like nukes a load of stuff down. We're actually going to get the tokens back. But again, like I feel like moving the tokens forwards and backwards on the average scenario, we're doing a pretty decent job, I think. But this is free damage. Now, this is potentially free damage. Free is in F-R-E-E, not 3. It's free damage in the sense that we're not having to play an attack to do it. And although we will have to take hits, we're going to be probably taking hits anyway. So it's kind of like free damage. What was the other level 5? I have to say that neither of these two cards are like blowing me away. Do we finally go back and take Chunk of Flesh and I can just undo all of the feels bad? Yeah, the other level 5 is not great. It was Survivalist, which I don't think we want. So the question is really, do we take Consume Stamina or do we go back and take the level 4 Chunk of Flesh? Because we probably never should have taken the Gift of Prey anyway. You don't like either of those? The left one seems super situational with the price. The right one needs another build to function well. I don't think it needs necessarily another build entirely. I feel like we can fit the bottom of 21 in pretty reasonably. The top, yes, absolutely. The top is definitely more suited to the ranged build. But the bottom is suited to the kind of melee tank build. And there's nothing to say that I couldn't, you know, maybe jazz things up a little bit. Add the shield. You know, the only other option is to go to Chunk of Flesh. Which is probably better than both of these because it's proactive and does lots of things for us. So, but I'm also conscious that, you know, in this playthrough, I want to be playing with, you know, the actual kind of correct level cards. I don't want to basically go back and rectify an issue that I made for myself. Bottom also triggers when enemies die to your retaliate. Yeah, I mean, if they die to our retaliate, if they die to a wound, which could easily be possible. Die to retaliate, die to a wound, die to our Deathwalker killing them, die because they walk in a trap, you know, whatever. Like there's a lot. Die to Shockwave, works well with Shockwave as well. You know, potentially this could be like, we could be like, Crushing Weight, go back. Like, even if we just play it, move to 21 initiative, and we play this along with like Bloodthirsty? Where are you? Bloodletting. So even if we play it alongside something like Bloodletting, yeah, potentially we could get 2 tokens back. I also feel like earlier initiative is generally going to be a little bit better. I'm going to take Consume Stamina. I'll figure out what card I'm going to get rid of next episode, I think. No, I'll update it. But I do think that both cards are you know, not really like the standout cards that we might be looking for our build. But realistically, if I was in this position and I had taken Chunk of Flesh, which I should have, I think I would take that card. So I would take it. So I've got to go from that basis, I think. Bearing in mind as well that we do have, you know, ways to give enemies disadvantage and stuff like that. So, and the amount of heal that we have, we can heal through a few hits, right? So that retaliate damage is very useful. All right, well, that's the level ups then. All good. So then next time, so next episode, I think we might do solos tomorrow. Possibly do solos tomorrow. I don't know if we can get away with doing 2 in 1 stream. I might have a look at that and see what we can do. Because I'd like to do the solos before we level up too quickly. Technically, they don't count as an outpost phase. I'll think about that. I might have a little look at them tomorrow and see. And if not, we'll maybe go and do a side scenario or something while we kill a little bit of time.
I think still, yeah.
Oh, that's the blessing from Jeff.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?